Hello guys, you're welcome to this course, a complete guide to Java full stack development. And in this course, we're going to create a complete working system to connect pet owners with veterinarians. And as usual, we're going to create the back end with Spring Boot and the front end with React.js. And I really want to encourage you to be patient to take this course step by step and section by section so you can understand everything we're doing in this course. This is a complete guide that we're going to actually focus on practical right here. We are going to have explanation. We're going to explain core concept right in here, but we're going to do more of practical right here in this course because this course is going to take several hours of development because there are so many things we're going to do, so many features we're going to be implementing in this course. So I encourage you to be patient and take this course step by step and line by line with me, so you can actually get the best out of this course. All right, so in this video, we're going to take a quick look at some of the things you need to have in your machine to continue with this course. We assume that you've gotten some basic knowledge working with Java, and as such, you should have the following tools already installed in your machine. So the first one right here, we have the JDK, which is the Java Development Kit right here. And for the fact that you have been working with Java, maybe you've gotten some experience with Java, you must have gotten this JDK right here already installed on your machine. And I advise, or I prefer Java 17 or higher JDK because we'll be using, this course will be using Spring Boot 3 and Spring Framework 6, which actually requires Java 17 or higher. So if you've gotten a lower JDK installed on your machine, I will encourage you to upgrade your JDK to use Java 17 or higher version. And also, you must have gotten an IDE, either IntelliJ or Eclipse or any IDE of your favorite. You must have gotten installed on your machine. And so these are the things we need right now. These are the two main things we need right now to keep working on this course. So right here, in case you want to install IntelliJ, IntelliJ actually has two versions. One is the community edition and one is the free, which is the free, and one is the ultimate edition, which is the paid version. You can get the community edition because this one is enough for you to actually take this course right here because it's free, and this one right here is paid. So in case you want to install IntelliJ, you can go to your browser right here, and you can just type IntelliJ. You can just type IntelliJ install right here, and you hit on enter, and you're going to come here to the JetBrains right here. Just click on this link and go to JetBrains. And right here, you see that the ultimate version here is the number one here that is showing, but this one is a paid version right here. So you just scroll down right here, and here you're going to see the community version right here, which is the community edition right here. And just choose your machine. You can just click on this and choose the version. You can download according to your machine right here. But because I'm using Windows, so right here is Windows by default, right? So if you're using Windows, you just download this version right here and install. But if you are not using Windows, your machine is going to be automatically detected right here. So just click on it and download the community version and install. And also, if you want to install JDK, you can just come here to type JDK install as well. So when you type here JDK install, just click on enter. And when you scroll down right here, you're going to see this one right here, this link. Just follow this link to the Oracle website right here. And right here, you see Java downloads right here. So just scroll down. Let me remove this. So just scroll down here, you're going to see that we have Java 17, 21, and 22. So when you go here, you're going to see that this is the current JDK right now, right? And here we have 21, here we have 17 right here. So, but I would encourage you to download this 17 right here because I think 17 is the long-term supported version right now, or long-term supported edition right now for Java. So I think just download this, but you can actually get JDK, you can get 21 or 22, but make sure you have something either 17 or higher right here. Then just scroll down and you can download, choose your machine, you download according to your machine right here, and just download anyone. Maybe you can just download the installer or this one right here, and then you follow the instructions step by step and get it installed on your machine. Then you are good to go. All right, so now we're going to generate a brand new project. So let's go to start.spring.io to create a brand new Spring Boot project. So here, I'm just going to open a new tab. I'm just going to say spring.io.start and enter. So here, I'm going to go to the Spring Initializer right here and go to the website. So here we are. So now there's the interface, there's the website, this is the recommended way to generate a brand new Spring Boot project. So now we're going to see that we have the default selection of Maven and Java, and also we have the default selection of the latest stable version of Spring Boot. So here we're going to change the group, just as we've done before. So this one I'm just going to say daily code work. Daily code work. And the artifact, the name of the project. So this one I'm going to say universal pet care. So this, oh sorry, this one is universal, yeah, universal pet care. And here we're just going to have a simple description. A simple web app for pet owners. And vets and veterinarians. Let's just finish it. Veterinarians. So a simple web app for pet owners and veterinarians. And here I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to remove the hyphen. So just be together like this. And we're going to leave it on default selection of jar. The packaging right here. Okay, so now we're going to come here to add some few dependencies. So as we just, right now, we're just going to add a few of them. So as we are going on, we're going to come back here to add as many as we want along the line. So here we're going to have the JPA for database. We're going to have MySQL. And we have, so we're going to have the web. So we have the web right here. So now we have Lombok, we have JPA, we have MySQL, we have web. So these are the basic one we need to create the basic web application right now. So now we're going to generate our project. But before we generate here, let's explore. So here, if we click on this explore right here, we're going to see everything, all the information we have put in our project. So right here, this is the, what is it? So this is the description, this is the name, this is the artifact ID, and this is the group ID right here. All right, so now, no, sorry, I'm not going to copy, I'm going to close this. Sorry for that. So what I'm just going to do here is to come here and generate. We're going to click on generate project. So let's click on this. And here, I'm just going to say this, okay, project. So I'm just going to save it in here. Yeah, it has saved already. So now, like I said, we're going to leave this tab open so that as time goes on, because we're going to need more and more dependencies. So we're going to be coming here to add anyone we need as required, right? So we're just going to leave this one open. So now let's go to our system. So this is the project we've generated. So I'm just going to right click on this and extract all. So yeah, now it has extracted. I'm just going to close this. So I'm going to right click on this. It's the same thing, the same way, the same process depends on your, irrespective of your ID, it's the same process. So I'm just going to right click on this one right here, right click, and open. What happened? So I'm going to right click on this, yes, and open with IntelliJ, this one here. All right. So this project has been opened. So let's Let's go here. Okay, so here is our entry point of this project. So this one tells us that we have gotten a brand new Spring Boot application right here. What is happening? Okay, so now we have generated a brand new Spring application right here. Now, currently, everywhere is empty. We have not gotten any folder, any packages. So in the next video, we're going to start creating the packages we need for this project. All right, so now we're going to start creating the basic packages we need for this project. Currently, we're not going to create all right now, but we're going to create the basic ones. We're going to create the model, the controller, repository, and the services. So these are the basic ones we need right now. So let's right click on the main package. Model. Controller. Service. And repository. Repository. So these are the basic, these are the very first 4 packages we're going to create in our system right now. And now let's quickly take a look at the actors of this system. So who are the people that will be working in this system? So the main actors of the system are, we have the pet owner. So the pet owner is the owner of the pet, as the name suggests. So the owner of the pet, which is the caretaker or the owner of the pet, that will be booking appointment for the pet. So they are referred to as the patient. And 2 are the veterinarians, which are the doctors, the pet doctors that will actually take care of the pets. And the last one here is the admin. So the admin might be someone, maybe owner of the hospital, of the clinic, or a staff that is employed or that is hired to manage the affair of the hospital. So now veterinarians actually has direct contact with the admin, because when they will come to the website and register with the admin direct. And so the admin is the one to manage the affair of veterinarians. So in case of anyone that does not adhere to the rules and regulations of the website, admin is going to deal with that. So admin actually manages the veterinarian's affair on the website. On the other hand, a patient actually belongs to veterinarians. So admin has no access, has no business with patient. So the only business admin has in this system is veterinarians, because these are the people that will come to the hospital to register with him or with her. And after veterinarians have registered to the hospital, then pet owners will not come and search for veterinarians and actually register or book appointment with veterinarians. So veterinarians know about the patient, and admin knows about veterinarians. So that is just, these are the main actors of this system right now. So now we're going to go back to IntelliJ and create these 3 entities in our model package. So here right now, this is our model. So what we're just going to do here is to right click on this model and create a new Java class. We're going to create our first entity. So this one, as discussed, is going to be admin. And the second one here is going to be the patient. And the third one here is going to be the veterinarian, which is the doctor. Veterinarian, that is correct. So these are the basic, these are the 3 actors, the major actors that will be acting in our system. So now let's give them the attributes. So they're going to have an ID. So let's just go. Sorry. ID. And so they're going to have a name. So we're going to have private. First name. And then I'm just going to duplicate this one a little bit. Like, so this one is going to be, you're going to have last name. And here we're going to have the gender. And here we're going to have the phone number. Phone number. So I'm going to duplicate this one more time. So here we're going to have an email. And we're going to have the password. And the next one here, we're going to have the user type. And then we're going to have, we're going to check the enable. If the user is active or not. So we're going to have this one here is enabled. Right here. Okay, so currently these are the attributes we need for all this for all our veterinarians. For all our actors, all our users in a database. So now I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to copy the same thing right here and just come to the patient. Basically, they're the same thing, right? Just paste it here. And the admin also, I'm going to paste it here, right here. So now, if we take note right here, so the admin, the patient, the veterinarian, they are all users in the database, and they all have attributes. They have names, they have gender, they have phone numbers, they have the same thing, right? So now, let's go back and see what we're going to do with this. All right, so we can see here that we have created the three entities that we need, the three main actors that we need in this application. But if we see right here right now, we see that we have patient, we have admin, and we have veterinarian, and they're all users, right? And now they all have the same attributes, right? So let's go to eraser.io and let's discuss about this right there. So here, this eraser.io. So what I'm just going to do here is to let's grab this one here. So let's say this one here is the admin, for example. This is the admin. And I'm just going to duplicate this. Let's right click and duplicate. So this one is veterinarian. I'm just going to say vet right here. And let's duplicate this. This one is going to be, this is the admin. Yeah, this is the admin. And this one is going to be the patient. So this one is the patient. And here, let me quickly do something. Let me just make them a little bit smaller. So we have the vet, we have the admin. Let me just put it here. We have the vet, we have the patient, and we have the admin, right? Right here. And now these three entities are users, and they all have the same attribute. They have names, they have email, they have the same attributes. So, and we want to manage, they all have password and email, which means they are going to log in. They all are going to log in into the system. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to have a super class right here. So here we're going to have a super class called user. Right here. And right here we're going to have, so this guy is a user. And also, sorry, let me just Ctrl Z. So this one also is a user. And just Control D to duplicate. And also, this one also is a user. Sorry, yeah, it's a user. So let me just bring it here. And let me move this one down a little bit, move it down a little bit. Yeah. And, okay. Okay. And, okay. Yeah. So here we have these three entities. So this one is a patient. A patient is a user. A vet is a user. And admin is a user. And they all are having the similar attributes. The patient has a name. Vet has a name. Admin has a name. They both have email. They both have password. They all have the same thing, right? So now what we want to do here, we're going to create a super class here called user, right? And this user, we're going to see what we can do with this very user right here. So let's go back to IntelliJ and see and create the user. So here right now, I'm going to create a user, right click on the model and create a new entity right here, a new class. I'm going to call this one user and just hit enter. Now, now we have created this entity as a user, right? Now we have gotten a user entity right here. Now, what we're just going to do here, we're going to inherit, we're going to bring all the attributes right here. So if we go back to IntelliJ, for example, right here, and if I open up this and just copy all this right here, and go back to the user and just paste them here. So now we see that our user also has all these, the same attributes with every one of these actors in the system, right? Yep. So the next thing we're going to do here, I'm going to take you to we're going to make a kind of inheritance. But now we're going to decide how are we going to manage this? How are we going to manage these users? Because they are all users with a superclass user right here, right? And they all have the same attribute, that similar attributes. But in the risk scenario, now what we're going to do here now, a veterinarian has some specific attributes. Let me just say, right here, this is a vet. And a vet is going to have specialization. Specialization. That what it specializes on, right? And a patient, actually a patient just has, a patient has a pet, and a patient does not have specialization. Then the admin has a name, and the admin does not actually have admin, though the admin might be a doctor, might be a vet doctor, and might be a patient, right? So in this case now, admin has no, we're not going to give admin specialization right here in this system. Just let's make it simple. Now let's say admin is someone that is not a doctor, is not a vet. Someone is a neutral person that is employed to manage the affair. So it just has it just have a name and other attributes, but it doesn't have specialization. But if you are a veterinarian, you definitely you must have a specialization. Either you are a surgeon, or you are a urologist, or you are a dermatologist, or so on and so forth. But now, this specialization here is specific to this vet. It's not specific to this. It's not specific to this. So it's specific to this one right here. And if we go here, if we go down here, and we can just put this specialization right here, right? So let's just go here and say private string. Okay. So let's say specialization. Specialization for this right here. This user, we see that we are having redundant attributes everywhere, right? So that brought us to the next video we're going to see right now. Okay, let's take a little flashback on OOP concepts in programming. So in OOP, we have learned about abstraction, encapsulation, inheritance, and polymorphism. And we have seen that these are the 4 core concepts of OOP programming. So now let's look at inheritance per se. Now, inheritance, as the term implies, is a kind of is something. It's a word that is derived from the word inherit, right? And inherit means to derive any quality or features or characteristics from family, right? So that is the word inherit. So inherit something. You can inherit characteristic from your father. You know, sometimes some people behave like your father, right? And some people behave like their mother. Some people look like their father, like very much more like their father, like their parents. So these are some of the characteristics, some of the inheritance we inherit from our parents, right? And also we can inherit houses, wealth, properties from our parents, right? So these are inheritance, which means what belongs to your parents can belong to you. You can make use of what belongs to your parents, right? So you definitely you answer your parents' name. Your surname is your father's name, so but you answer that name. So you are inheriting that name. You are including that name to your name to answer, right? In the world of programming, it's not different. So here, inheritance in programming is a kind of is a mechanism where the subclass or the child class inherits the properties and characteristics of the superclass, which is the parent class in this case. If we go back to eraser.io right here, so now we have a class called user, which is a superclass. So this one is the parent class. And 1, 2, 3, that's patient, vet, and admin. Right now, they are the children of user. So which means every properties and characteristics that exist in user can be inherited by the children, right? They can be inherited by the children. So now if we go back to IntelliJ right here, so we see that this one is a user, right? And this one is an admin, and this one patient, and so on and so forth. So here we can just say, okay, admin, for example, now you see this keyword here, extend, right? So now I can just do this again. I can just say extend user. Now when I extend user, assuming now that I've extend user, I can remove everything that is here. I can remove everything that is here, right? And if I remove all these ones right here, even though we have removed them right here, they are still in existence. So we can still use the name, this admin, we can still inherit the name, all the properties that are existing right here. We can still use them right here in this admin, right? So that is what inheritance. But now, sorry, I just want to leave it like this for now. Now we are not going to make use of this as it is right now, because this one is not going to meet our requirement. In our application, there's a requirement that we want, right? So that is where we are going to right now. Now, let's go and look, because we are not going to create our database manually. We are going to use JPA entity and hibernate mapping to actually map our classes, our entity to database table, right? So because of that, we are going to be using hibernate mapping strategies. So let's go and see what these hibernate mapping strategies are. All right, so in this video, we're going to take a quick look at the hibernate inheritance mapping strategies. In hibernate, there are 4 major types of inheritance. So we have the @map class, we have the single table, we have the table per class, which is table per concrete class, and we have the joint table. So these are the 4 strategies for mapping inheritance in hibernate. And we are going to look at these ones one after the other. So the first one right here is the @map superclass. So the @map superclass annotation in Hibernate is used to define a class as a superclass that is not a persistent entity itself, but its properties are mapped to the subclass tables. Now, what it means is that when a class is used, when a class is mapped with this, is annotated with this annotation right here, it means that class is a superclass, right? But that class itself is not an entity. It's not going to be a persistent entity, which means it's not going to be a table in the database. So it's not a persistent entity, right? So it's just a class that holds the common properties for subclasses that are going to be table in a database. Now, the purpose of this annotation is that when using this annotation, you have a superclass that contains common properties that need to be shared among multiple classes or multiple subclasses. When we say subclasses, it means classes that extend that the superclass, classes that are inheriting from this superclass. So they are called subclasses. But the superclass itself is not a persistent entity in a database, just like we said. So this class, the class that is mapped with this annotation is a superclass, but that class is not an entity. It's not a table in a database. It just holds the common properties, the properties that are common to all the entities that are mapped, that are inheriting from here. You understand? So the properties that are common to all entities are stored here in this class, and all the subclasses inherit those properties from here. So the subclasses are going to be tables in a database, but the superclass is not a table in a database. And here we have, when using this annotation right here, the properties of the superclass are directly mapped to the subclass tables instead of having a separate table for the superclass, right? So there is no table, like we've said, there is no table for the superclass. Rather, all the properties in that entity, in that class, are mapped to the subclasses. This means that the subclass tables will contain the columns for the superclass properties. Now, let's look at this. So this superclass is not part of the entity inheritance hierarchy. It is just a way to share common properties among subclasses without creating a dedicated table for the superclass. So the summary of this is that the class that is used, that is being mapped with this annotation, is not a table, it's not a persistent entity in a database. It's just a class that is holding common properties for superclasses. For subclasses, which is classes that are inherited from this one right here are going to share, or are going to inherit all the common properties right here. The subclasses that inherit from the map superclass are still mapped as regular entities, and they can have their own additional properties and mappings. So the subclasses that are actually inherited from this one right here are still their own, on their own, they are still their own regular entities. You understand? So they will contain all the properties that they inherit from the superclass. They still have their own properties that are going to map to their different tables. So that is just a summary of the class that is being mapped with this mapped superclass annotation. Now, for example, we have this class right here. Let's take a look at these three classes we have in right here. So right here we have this class called person, and this class right here is being mapped with the superclass right here. And look at this class right here. We have the ID and the string, the name properties. So this class actually has two properties right here. And if we move down, we're going to see that we have another class called employee, and this employee is extending this person's class right here. So it extends the person. And if we move down also, we're going to see that we have another class called customer. And this class also is extending this person right here. So now, assuming these two classes are not extending this one right here, which means we are going to define the name and the ID for every subclasses right here. So the employee is going to have a salary, name, ID defined right here. And the customer is going to have name, ID, and email defined right here. But because we don't want to repeat all these attributes among these tables, so we store them right here in a superclass, and we map this class as a superclass. Then all these other two classes right here extend, which means when we say extends, this is the keyword right here that is used for inheritance. So when it extends, it means you are inheriting from the person. So it's inheriting, this one here, right here is actually inheriting the properties that are found in the person's class right here. So now here is the employee table in a database, and here is the customer table in a database. So when the tables are created, when the project is run, we're going to have two tables in a database. One is customer and one is employee. Now look at this one right here. Now, even though if you look at this entity class right here, you see that there are no properties right here. We don't have ID, we don't have name, but in the table right here, we have the name, we have the ID, and we have the column that is specific to this customer, and same goes to the employee right here. And now take note of something right here. You can see that this at superclass, this person class right here does not have this entity right here, this annotation called entity right here, this one right here. And that tells us that this class right here is not an entity, because any class that is mapped with the superclass cannot be at the same time be used as an entity in a database. Now, if you look at here, this annotation is the annotation that defines every class, an entity, or a table in a database. So we can see that the employee and the customer class actually has this entity right here on top of them, and that makes them represent tables in our database. But this person right here is not an entity in the database. So this is the attribute of the tables that are being created from inheriting from the person's class by the employee and the customers. Now, the second one we're going to look at right here is the single table mapping strategy. The single table inheritance strategy stores all the subclasses in a single table. This is the default inheritance strategy in Hibernate, if no other strategy is being specified. So in Hibernate, the at single table mapping is the default inheritance strategy in Hibernate. If we don't specify any other strategy, this strategy is going to be used by default. Now, what is this strategy? It means that all the properties of all the subclasses, for example, let's take example of this person's class we just done, which means all the properties that we find here, plus this one, they are going to be mapped in a very large table right here. So we have right here, all the properties of subclasses are mapped in a single table. They are stored in a single table, right? And now let's look at this right here. In this strategy, all the subclasses are stored in a single table, which has columns for the properties of the superclass and the subclasses. A discriminator column is used to identify the specific subclasses for each row. Now, let's go right here to see what it means. Let's go here. So here we see that this is the superclass right here, and we can see the inheritance strategies that we use right here, right? And you can see that this class also is an entity. If you can see right here, is an entity in a database, right here, and a discriminator column is used. What is a discriminator? This one right here. Look at this annotation right here. A discriminator column. The name is type, right? We have the type, and we have discriminator type. You call discriminator.string. Now, what does this mean? If you look here, now this one is an entity and is a superclass. Now this one is the subclasses that are extending from this employee class right here. And if you look right here on top, below the entity annotation, you're going to see an annotation called at discriminator value. And this one is M, which represents manager. This one is E, which represents the engineer. This one is C, which represents the contractor. Now, when the large table is created, we are going to have a column right there called type. This one right here. We see the name right here at discriminator column, name equals type. So the large table is going to have a column called type, and under that type, all the thing that is the value we define to represent every subclasses are going to be under that column right there. So with that column, that column will help us to know the properties or the information that is coming from which table, right, in the database, or which entity in our class. So right here, this is the example of the table that is being created from these tables right here. So here we have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 entities right here that are extended from this class, right, from this employee entity right here. And now all the properties of these 3 entities are stored in a very large table right here called employee. Now let's look at this right here. So here we have the ID, we have the name, we have the salary, and we have everything right here. So if you can see that, look at the type right here. So this one means it's coming from the manager, right? And if you look at the manager, let's look at the manager right here. So the manager has a department. So if you look here, you see the manager has a department, but the manager has no specialization, and the manager has no contract term. But the manager has salary, because right here we have salary in the main class right here, and the manager has a name, he has an ID. So these are the common properties, the common attributes that are common to all the three subclasses right here. And same goes to the engineer and the customer right here. And now one thing you should take note right here is that if you look at this, you see that the column, the properties, where now if you see that the engineer right here, the engineer has no department, and you see that here becomes none for the engineer, and the manager has no specialization, so here become none for the manager. And you see everywhere we have none right here. Now, which means when this table is mapped to a large, when all these properties are mapped to a large table, now we're going to have none values in the table, right? And that is one of the disadvantages. So if we go right here, now let's look at the advantages of using that table right here. So it makes our query simple. It helps it enhances the performance, our query performance. Why? Because all the data are on the same table. There's no need of joining anything. Now it makes it flexible right here. So we add a new column, very direct. But the thing is that the disadvantage of using this is that though it makes our query simple and the performance very good, but now what about when we have multiple classes, when we have multiple subclasses right here? So the table is going to be too wide. It's going to be going wider and wider right here. So table size. As more subclasses are added, the table can become wider with more columns, which can impact performance for larger data set. And also non-values right here, subclass specific columns, we have non-values for rows that do not belong to that subclass, just like we're seeing right here right now. So we have non-values. So this table is not normalized, and this is not a very good practice in database management, right? Because right here we have non-values everywhere, and this table is actually is vulnerable to attack because we have non-values everywhere. So SQL injection, we can use SQL injection to actually attack this table very easily because we have none. The table is not actually normalized actually. So right here we have complexity. So the complexity here, managing a large inheritance hierarchy with many subclasses can become more complex in a single table, as the table structure and queries may become difficult to maintain. So these are the disadvantages of using the single inheritance, the single table inheritance strategy in Hibernate. Now here we have the table per class right here. So the table per class means in this inheritance strategy, a table is created per all subclasses, and the superclass is also a persistent entity. Now, in this strategy, every subclass has a table, right? Every subclass has their own table, and also the superclass also has their own table, which means every subclass has their properties mapped to their own table. So goes to the superclass. So for example, if we just take a quick look at this, we see that, so right here we have a class called person right here, with 3 attributes, 3 properties right here. And here we have a manager class with 2 properties, and we have other classes right here with their specific classes right here. Now, when the table is run, we are going to see that. So right here we have the manager, we have the engineer, and we have the contractor right here, which are these 3 tables right here, right? And now you see that every one of them actually maintain their own properties right here. Every one of them maintain their own properties. So the engineer maintains his own properties, this one maintains his own, this one also maintains his own right here. So every table, every subclass right here has their own table in this strategy. And this one also has pros and cons, like advantages and disadvantages right here. So we have simplified queries, we have better performance, we have flexibilities as well. But the cons, the disadvantages right here, we have data duplication across our table, because all the tables right there are going to have the same data that have been duplicated across all the tables right there. So this one right here are some of the disadvantages of using the table per class inheritance strategy in Hibernate. And the last one right here is the adjoint table. So in the adjoint table inheritance strategy, the subclass and each subclass have their own dedicated tables. The subclasses, the subclass table contains the columns for their own specific properties, as well as a foreign key that references the primary key of the superclass table. Now, the superclass table contains the columns for the properties defined in subclasses. And subclass table, each subclass has its own table that contains the column for the subclass specific properties, as well as a foreign key referencing the primary key of the subclass. Now, what does this mean? It means that every subclass in this, when using this inheritance strategy, every subclasses has their own table. But the table they have is that the table they have only contain the properties that are specific to them, right? There's no repetition of data right there. So every other properties are going to be stored in the superclass, right? Then the superclass also is a table. It's an entity in the database. It's a table in the database. And the subclasses also are all entities all tables in the database. But the superclasses only contains the columns that are specific to them, and they inherit every other thing. They leave every other thing to the superclass to maintain. So, for example, right here we have this one right here. We have the person, we have the employee, just the same thing. So we have engineer, manager, we have contractor, we have employee, and we have person. Now, all these ones here, they are all people, right? An employee is a person, manager is a person, engineer is a person, contractor is a person as well, right? So which means they all have name, they all have ID, so they all have everything in common that a person should have, right? Now, if you look here, they have their own specific column. Salary is specific to this, department is specific to this, specialization is specific to this, and contract term is specific to this. Now, the contractor right here has a contract term. Engineer has specialization, manager has department, employee has salary. Now, when the table is created in the database, this is how it's going to look like. So this is the person right here. So the person is going to maintain all the properties that are common to these three properties, to these three entities right here. But these three entities, which are subclasses, are going to maintain only the properties that are specific to them. And every other properties are stored right here, which means we can also run query with this class, with the person's class right here. So we can run query to actually find a manager from here. So we can use both tables. So you have two options to run queries in this case. You can use, for example, if you want to find a manager, you can either use the manager entity domain to run the query, or you can also use the person right here to actually run the query right here. You can see their IDs right here. So their IDs are unique right here. They have unique ID right in the person's table to show the different properties that are coming from different places right here. So that is what we just have right here. So that is just this is how the joint inheritance actually work in Hibernate. And here we have the advantages, which are the pros right here. So we have data integrity and normalization. So while using this strategy right here, the tables are actually normalized, and we have data integrity right here. So unlike when we use this one right here, so when we use this single table strategies right here, so right here we don't have data integrity right here. There's no data integrity and there's no normalization because we have none right here, right? But when you see the adjoined strategy, we actually have data normalization and we have data integrities right here. So the tables are normalized and we have data integrity right here. So right here we have flexible in subclasses management. So it's easier to manage subclasses. Adding and modifying or removing subclasses is relatively straightforward, as it only requires changes to the subclass specific tables without affecting the subclass table right here. So these are the advantages of using it, and here we have the disadvantage of using it, because everything has disadvantage and advantages right here. But we have to weigh the advantages. If the advantage is more than the disadvantage, then it's preferable. But if the disadvantages are more than the advantages, then it's not preferred, right? So that is just how it works. So these are the 4 strategies we have in Hibernate, where mapping inheritance with Hibernate. So now there's the admin entity, there's the user entity. So what we're just going to do here, I'm going to close this, make this white screen for a moment. So now we're going to bring in a couple of annotations right here. So the first one we're going to do here is the entity. So you must have been very familiar with this annotation by now. So this one is the entity. Now this entity annotation right here, this one is what tells Hibernate that this class here is going to be a table in our database. So when the application runs, it's going to create a table in the database called user, right, by this annotation right here. So now let's use some other Lombok annotation to get getter setters. Getter setters. And the next one we're going to do here, we're going to have all arg constructor. And then we're going to have no arg constructor. Now, these annotations right here, this one, all arg constructor means, or this one here, it's going to create a constructor for all these attributes right here. And also, in Java, of course, when you are creating a parameter, if you know by default, as we create this class here right now, by default, there's a default constructor generated for it by default right here. So even though we have not defined any constructor, there's a default constructor generated for it to it, because this class right now, this class user is directly inheriting from the class object, right? So that is why every class that is created has a default constructor inherited from that object class. So in that case, if you are creating your own constructor with parameters, then you are going to explicitly create a non-arg constructor right here. So that's what we just did here. That's why we have all arg constructor, which means we are creating a parameterized constructor, and now we're also creating a constructor, an empty constructor right here. That is what this one is right now. And then we are going to bring in the mapping strategy, right? Which is the inheritance strategy, right? That we're going to use. So we're going to say at inheritance, this one here. So now we're going to specify the strategy right here. So the strategy we are taking right here, just from the presentation we had in the previous video. So we are going to make this one the joined inheritance, joint table, right? So we're going to say inheritance or join this one right here. We're going to pick this one right here. And now this is just what we need right now. So so let's define the primary key for this table at ID right here. So this is just all we need here right now. Now this one is the phone number, right? So let's define, if we want all this column to appear right in database, yeah, there's a typo here last time. Let me just quickly correct it. Yeah. So if we leave all these attributes as they are, so when the database, when the table is going to be created, so we're going to have something like, by default, all the name of this entity, all the attributes that are going to be created as the column names right in the database. But if we want to override any name right here, like this phone number, I want to override. So I'm just going to come here to say at column. Override means I want to define my own, sorry. So I want to define my own name, my own column name for this very one right here, right? So I'm going to say, no, this is not what I want. So I'm going to say name, which means I'm defining my own name to this column. So I'm just going to say mobile, just mobile number. Or so I can just say phone or mobile, or I can just say mobile contact, right? But I'm just going to say mobile. So this is just the only name I want to create right here. This is the only name I want to override right here. So every other one are going to be the same. So now we are done with these. So let's go to admin, for example. So now I'm going to remove everything right here. I'm going to remove everything right here. Sorry, remove everything, or this one's right here. And now I'm going to make this admin to extend the user. So the extend keyword is used for inheritance. So now this is what we're doing right now. We're telling the admin that it should make use of all this one here it should make use of it right here, except the ID, we're going to define its own ID because it's creating its own table separate. So it's going to have, it's going to maintain his own ID separately, right? So right here, but one thing we're going to see here right now, we can no longer define, for example, if I say here, at ID right here, this one is not going to work. This one is going to give us an error later, right? So we don't need to define another primary key right here because the primary key is being maintained right from this, right from here, right? So for example, if we insert a veterinarian, like 123 veterinarian, I will not insert a patient. So the patient ID is going to count, is going to start from where the veterinarian starts. For example, we have a veterinarian with ID 123. Then if we insert a patient or an admin, that the ID is going to be 4 or 5. So it's not going to start from the beginning like 1 anymore. So I would not have, so that we can maintain a unique ID across all the tables, right? So we don't need to define a separate ID, primary key column to this table, right? So the primary key is going to be managed. What I'm trying to say in essence is that the primary key of these entities, of these 3 children, 1, 2, 3, is going to be managed straight from the parents, right? Right here. So now this is what we have right here. So the same way we have done, the same annotations we have done with the user. So we're just going to break them and just paste them here. So we have the entity, we have the getter setter, all arg and non-arg constructor. So this is all we have with the admin. And the same way we're going to go to the patient and remove everything right here. So the same way, remove all this. And we're still going to have the same annotations that we have at the other side, right? So it's going to be like this. And also, if we want to change the name, of this, we can actually change the name of this ID. So we can just say patient ID or vet ID, right? And now at the same time, what we're just going to do right here is we're going to so right now we're going to extend the user. So if we see here right now, because now we have added this entity annotation, which means telling hibernate that this class is a table in the database. Now it's requesting for the primary key, right? So if we put here, we're going to see that it's complaining that entity does not have a primary key right here. So now it's requesting we should define a primary key. But now let's extend the user. Extend this user right now. So you see that that error has gone away because now this patient here, this child is actually inheriting the primary key right from the parents, right? So that is all we have here. And the same way we're going to go to the veterinarian and do the same thing. And this time around, remember that the veterinarian has a specific attribute which other ones does not have, which is the specialization, right? This one right here. So this one is the attribute that is specific to veterinarian. So now we're going to extend user, just like so. And also we're going to paste all the same annotations that we have pasted right here. We're going to just paste them here. Okay, so now we are done with this, with the creation of our entity, right? So now what we're just going to do here is we're going to name we can, just like I said, we can actually override the name of this column right here. So if we want to override this name here for it to get a name in the data in the table, so here we can just say, okay, at primary key column, at primary key joint column right here. So which means, so this is the primary key column that is joining, that that is maintaining, uniquely maintaining the record of the patient. And this what, if we want to find the patient, right? So with this is the primary key with which we're going to find it with. But the strategy is actually being inherited right from the parents right here. So now if we say here, we can just define a name that we want to present in a database. So if I just say name, and then I'm going to set this the patient. So I'm going to just say the patient ID. Patient ID. Oh, I'm just going to say patient ID like this. This is what I'm just going to do here. And also, I'm just going to take this and go to the veterinarian and paste it here. So this one I'm going to change to vet ID, like so. And maybe I can just do the same thing here, but it's not really necessary. Just want to put this one here. So this one is going to be admin ID right here. Okay, so we are done with our entity creation. All right, so now we have done with our entity creation, but there's something else we need to do. So we have defined the primary key, we have defined all the strategies, but we have not defined the primary key generation strategy. So now we're going to tell Hibernate or JPA how is the ID is going to be generated, right? So here we're going to say add generated value, and the strategy is going to be identity, just like so. And also I'm just going to copy the same across all these. So you're just going to copy the same across all this right here. Okay, so I think we are done with this. So the next thing we're going to do here is to run our project. So we're going to run our project and see, we're going to see the structure of the table we have created. So let's run our project. Okay, JDK is not specified. Okay, we've not specified the JDK, so let's go and do this. All right, so before you run the project, these are the properties you need to check in case you have an error that says JDK is not specified. So you just go here to edit the configuration. So you make sure you have the correct JDK you're using, maybe like Java 17, right here at the build and run. And make sure you have the name of your project, that the name of your project, the module right here, which is the starting point of your project. This is the main class, right here. And you could just come here and check. You just come here and make sure you have this one right here, build and run. You have the same Java 17 on the class level right here. Or you can just, if you tried this one, it didn't work, just remove this and just okay this. So you can just go here to the file and you go to project structure right here. And you're just going to select the SDK right here and make sure you have your installed JDK right here in your system, and make sure you have the Java level you are using. So this one here, you can actually change this name, just maybe Java 17. You can change the name as well, but I just want to leave it like that. Now the project right here, you make sure the name of your project is actually here and the SDK is actually right. Make sure they are all uniform, the same version all around. Or this one here, Java 17. Make sure you use Java 17 all through. And then you just okay. And then we are going to run our project right now. So run this and you see everything is running fine, but except that it's complaining about database URL because we have not configured we have not set any system property in our file, in our property file, right? So now we're going to go to our property file and set some properties. All right, so let's open up our project and let's go to our property file. We can see that this property file is empty. Nothing is inside here. So here, I'm just going to paste in some properties as usual. So let me make this one the full screen for a moment. And here we can see that this one is just the name of the project. I'm going to just push it up right here. So this is the name of the project, and this is the port, this is the server port we have set. And right here, this is the URL, the database, the data source URL, that's to our database. And this one is the username and the password for the admin, just for this project, also the local system. And this one is the driver class, which the MySQL driver, and this is the MySQL dialect right here. And this one here, this one will show the SQL query in our console, and this one is going to format the SQL query right in our console. And this one here right now is like, when this one is set to create as it is right now, it's going to, anytime the project is run, it's going to recreate the table from the scratch. This one here, if this one is update right here, Anytime the project is run, it's going to update only changes that are made to the table. And most times, this one here, when you update the table, is the old attribute is always still there. It's just that it's going to add the newly updates right to the table, but the old one you want to replace is still there. So most times, when you are doing development testing like this in development environment, I always want to use this either create or create drop. So the create drop is that when the application is started, the database is going to be created, and when the application is stopped, the database is going to be dropped. So it's kind of similar to this one right here. And this one purely is for production. Okay, so this one is just debugging, logins, so on and so forth. So now I'm going to specify the name of our database right here. So I'm just going to call this database like PetCareDB. And now let's run the project. So see that the project is actually running. And here we have an error. Here we have admin.i is annotated with this, but it's not part of the identifier. Okay, I think I know what is happening right here. So let me close this one here. Admin. Okay, so this is the one she is complaining about right here, this annotation. So it's a mistake I made. So what I just want to do here is to comment it out. Now the error is that because this one here, we've already, if we go to the user right here, we've already set this annotation right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this to identity. Identity, right? So now we have already set the strategy right here because the subclasses actually they are inheriting the primary key, the ID right from the user, right? So there's no point of specifying this one here separately. So I'm just going to comment them out right here. And then let's try to run this again and see what happens. Okay. So now we have another error on no DB. It's my bad. I didn't create this schema right in our database. So like I used to say, make sure when you define, let's go to this property right here. So when you define a database right here, when you define a schema name right here, make sure this schema is already exists in a database system, right? So now let's go to my SQL workbench and actually create this schema. So here I'm going to go here and paste it. And then I'm going to just click on apply and finish. So let's refresh. So here we see that we have gotten this database right here and it's empty, no table inside. So let's go back to IntelliJ and run this application again. So let's run it again. All right, so we see that the application started, it has started, right? So let's go to my SQL, let's go to my SQL workbench. So right here, let's refresh. And now we see that the table has been created. So let's get the admin. So we have the admin ID that we've set. So we have patient ID, we have veterinarian ID. And here, if you see here, we see that we have specialization right here. But the admin has none, patient has none, only veterinarian has specialization. Now, if we go to the user right here, we will see that every other attributes are right present in here. So every other things we're going to be here. Then this one here, we're just going to use this one to query. We can use it to query, maybe like get all patient or get patient by ID. We can just use the tables to query the different domain. But if we want to have this general search, we use the user for polymorphism, right? Okay, so now we have created this table. So I want to go to just want to go to database right here. So I want to go to reverse engineering. Let's see how the schema looks like. So here we have the root as the username. Let's go next. Okay, let's go next. And let's select the database, which is pet care, this one right here. Let's go next, next. And here we have, let's go next. And let's go finish. So we have 4 tables, right? Okay, so now these are the 4 tables we have gotten. Let's see. So these are the 4 tables we've gotten in the database right now. So the veterinarians, this is the user right here, that which is the super class. And now this is the admin right here. This is the admin, and this is the patient, right? This is the patient, and this is the veterinarian. So we can see that the veterinarian actually has one specific attribute right here, and every other attribute are found in the main class. So these 3 users are actually inheriting all these properties from this user class here. And this one actually makes our database our tables very neat, because there are no duplicates, there are no non-value, and everyone is clear with their own specific attribute right here. Yeah, currently we have succeeded running our first application, and our database have been created, and our tables have been created. So let's go back to IntelliJ. So this time around, I'm just going to close down all this, close all tabs, and then I'm going to open here. So this time around, we're going to create, so let's go here. So we're going to create the services, controllers, and repository classes for all this model we have created. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to create, let me just right click on the controller. So I'm going to create a new class. So this one is going to be user controller. User controller. And another one is going to be veterinarian controller. Veterinarian controller. Patient controller. And the last one here is going to be the admin controller, right? Admin controller, right here. So now I'm going to close this down, and I'm going to go, I just want to come here to the repository. And the same way, we're going to create repository for all of them. So we're going to say user repository, zitory. And just, this one is an interface actually. Patient. Patient repository. And this also is an interface. Admin repository. And the last one here is going to be the veterinarian, right? Veterinarian repository, and this one also is an interface right here. And then we're going to close this down. Let's go to the service. User service. Veterinarian service. Patient service, and we have patient, we have user, we have veterinarian, then we have the admin service. Admin service. Right here. Okay, so these are the ones we needed for now. All right, so quickly we're going to test create a user in our system. So now I'm just going to right click on this tab here and close all tabs. And then I'm going to go to our controller right here. So I'm going to test the user controller because the user is the superclass to all these other entities right here. So I'm going to make this one a full screen. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to do here is to bring in the user service. And I'm going to auto wire. I'm sorry, I'm going to inject constructor injection. So let's say at required or a constructor. So at request mapping, and this one's going to be users. Oh, sorry. This is users. And the next one we're going to have is the controller annotation. So we're going to say at rest controller right here. So now this one is not yet, let's go here. So it's not yet a bin. So let's just put this annotation right here to make it a Spring bin. So let's go back here. So the error is gone. So quickly, let's create a method to actually insert, to add a to add a user to the database. So this was just a simple test function method. We're going to come back later to actually do it in a more standard way. So let's just quickly test the creating of user, right? The creation of user. Void add. Sorry, this is add. And here we're just going to have the user object right here. Yeah, take it from here. At request body user. So here I'm just going to say user service. User service dot add user. And then let's create this method right here, right in our user service. Good. So this one now we're going to have the object of the user repository right here, and then we're going to inject. So we're just going to say at require a constructor. Yeah, and then we're going to make it final so you can pick up the injection. So we see here it's showing an error because it's not yet a bin. So let's go here. And now we're going to extend the JP repository to make this one a bin right here. Okay, take it from here, but this one is going to be long. Okay, so this one is a long. And now we have done this, so we're going to go back here. So we're just going to say user repository dot save user, right? Just like so. So now let's, okay, so this is the controller and this is the request mapping. So now I'm going to, let's run our system. Let's run the project one more time. And you see the project has started successfully. So let's open Postman. So this is Postman. Let me bring it to the screen. So right here we have Postman. So I'm just going to do here, I'm going to send a request. Okay, we have something similar here. So we're going to send that, but this one is going to be post. We're going to go to the body and raw. And then we're going to have some, we're going to add the body right here. So now, what are the attributes of the user? We have the first name, the first name, last name, email. First name. First name is Rita. Oh, sorry. So here we have the last name. Last name. Yeah. Last name here. So last name, we're just gonna say Simpson. Yep. And I'm just going to copy this and paste a couple of times. Okay, but the format is not really good. Probably because I didn't put the comma. Okay, so here we have the first name, the last name. So here we're going to have the email. And here we're going to have the password. Password. Here we're going to have the gender. Female. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rita email. Rita at email. Rita at email.com. And now we're going to have, remember all the user attributes, right, last time? Let's go here. So here we have first name, last name, gender. Okay, we have phone number. So let's go back to Postman. So we have phone number. Right here we have, after gender, we have phone number, right? So this is gender, so we have phone number right here. Phone number. Oh, sorry. This sort of N. We'll say 2233445566. There's the phone number, 56. And sorry, I'm just going to have this one right here. And we're going to put in, what else do we have? We have the email, the password, the user type. So we're going to put in the user type. This is like a discriminator, right? But not actually we're using right here. So here we have a user type, let's just say vet. And this is comma. Okay, so now we have gotten all set. Let's actually send the request and see what we got. So here we have not found. For not found users. Okay, let's go back to IntelliJ and see what happens. Where's the controller? There's the controller here. Okay, we have to make it a post right here. So at post request, post mapping, right? This one here. So we have users. So let's quickly run this project again. And now the project has started. Let's go back to Postman and send this request again. So now it gives us OK, which means it has been exerted. So let's go here and refresh. So right here, we actually have Rita, and we have all this right here. But now let's go to the, this one's supposed to be a vet, right? It's supposed to be a veterinarian. So let's go to the veterinarian table. So right here, we see that the ID is not cascaded down here. Nothing is here, and the specialization is not here, right here. So what we're going to do, the reason why I did this, I want you to understand this, the next step we are going into. Because last time, like we have discussed earlier, we see that we have this one here, we have the super user, which is the super class. We have the three children right here. But what I'm trying to do right here is I want all the operation to be done through a single API, which is the user API. Right? So we want to use the user API to create user, to delete user, to update user, to find user by ID. And this one here, we're going to use this children API, this children, the API, the specific domain to do some operations that are specific to this domain. For example, like finding all veterinarians, we just use this one to find all veterinarians. Maybe finding all patient, we use this one to find all patients, right? But find a user by ID, because if we look here right now, we see that the veterinarian ID is actually here, right? And it's supposed to be here as well. So we can actually use that here, the user actually to find veterinarian by ID. But we also need the ID to be in here. So we can actually use, we can also use the veterinarian domain to actually find a vet by ID, right? Because we are using a single form, we're going to use a single form to actually insert this. We're going to make use of a single form to actually enter this, this information to the database. So we're going to find a way to detect, to find out what type of user are we creating. Are we creating a pet? Are we creating are we creating a patient? Are we creating a veterinarian? Or we are creating an admin? So what user are we creating? So that is what we are trying to find a way to. So what user are we creating? So that is what we're trying to find a way on how to get it done. So let's move to the next video. All right, so having said this, let's quickly go and see the overview of the user creation process. So now let's go back to our slide, and I'm just going to slideshow. Right here, we have the user registration. And right here, we have a client that is trying to register on our website. Because we are going to use a single form for this entry, we don't have to have multiple forms for different entry. We just want to have a single form entry for all the user types, right? So right here, when this client actually enters information in the form and clicks on the submit button, we're going to have a gateway right here. And this gateway is going to check the user type. What user are we going to create? Are we creating a veterinarian, or are we creating a pet owner as a patient, or admin? So this gateway here we're going to check. Now, based on the outcome of the check, this gateway is going to delegate the request to the appropriate domain to actually store in the database. So if the user type is vet, for example, now this request is going to be delegated to vet factory to actually create the vet, because this veterinarian actually has some attributes that are not within the admin or the patient. Just like we said last time, we just want to make the admin a neutral person. So the admin is neither a patient nor a veterinarian. But in real life scenario, the admin can also be a patient, right? Or it can also be a veterinarian, right? What we mean by patient is the pet owner, right? Booking an appointment with a veterinarian. But right now, we're just going to say, okay, we have the vet, we have the admin, and we have the patient. So the admin is going to be neutral for now. For now, it's going to be a neutral person, right? So now this gateway is the one actually doing the check to actually delegate the request to the appropriate domain to save to the database, so that all the specific information that are specific to that very domain can be saved along to the database, right? So now let's go back to eraser.io to check this out. So if we go back to eraser, so I'm just going to come here to here. I'm going to bring in some shapes. So this one here, I'm going to duplicate. I'm just going to duplicate like a couple of times. And I'm going to duplicate one more time right here. So this one here is going to be the user factory. And it's going to be an interface. So this one is an interface. I'm just going to make it a little bit, it's okay like this, actually. And this one is going to be the simple user factory. simple. Is that correct? Yeah, simple user factory. Factory. So this is simple user factory. Let me just make it together so it will be clear for us. Yeah. And I'm going to push this down a little bit. So this one is going to be the patient. So we're going to have the veterinarian. Oh, sorry. Veterinarian. And we're going to have the admin for now. Admin. Okay. And now we have this one and we have this. So what we're just going to do here, this one here is going to inherit from here. Let's turn it the other way around. No, that's not what I want. So let me just Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Let's go again. So we're going to take it, yeah, this is correct. So this one is inheriting from this. Let me just push it a little bit, center it a little bit. Okay, it's okay, like this. What happened here? Okay, okay. Now this one here, this interface is going to have a method called create user. Create user. Create user right here. I'm finding a way to shift this down. Let me push it down. It's not moving. Okay, if you can't move, let this one move up. Okay, and move this up a little bit. All right. So now this simple user factory is actually inheriting, is extending this one right here. And now the check is going to take place right here. So we're going to say check user type, check user type. And now we have the admin, as we've discussed already. We have the veterinarian, and all these ones, they are all separate domain. We have this, they are all separate module, right? Right here. And now, having done this now, we're just going to have, we're going to, okay, let me have a straight one. Let me see here if I can have a straight line from here. Okay, there is no straight line from here. All right, so let me just get a straight line from here and just go here. And I'm going to Control D to duplicate this. And another Control D to duplicate. Let me pull this one closer. I'm sorry. Duplicate right here. Sorry. This is not what I want to do. Let me just remove this and just bring another one here. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is what we want. So now what we're trying to say here is that, so this is the user factory we're going to create, is an interface, and then we're going to create a concrete class that we actually implement, that we extend this interface, right? That we implement this interface. Then based on the user type here, so this method here to create a user is going to be residing right here inside the simple user factory. So when this client hits the submit button on the registration form, the request is going to come to this gateway right here. So this gateway right here is This one right here is the simple user factory, where the check is going to take place. So the check is going to take place right here. So based on the outcome of the check, then it's going to delegate the request to the appropriate domain right here, just like what we see right here. So the request is going to be delegated to the appropriate domain to actually create that user, because they have different attributes. There are attributes patients will have that veterinarians will not have, right? So that's why we're trying to do this. So now, having said this, let's go back to IntelliJ and implement this one after the other. All right, so we are back here to IntelliJ. But before we start creating these classes, let's quickly go back to our slide. So right here, these are the things we are going to create in this section. This one is the user registration process. And we're going to create a package called factory, and we're going to create one interface right here inside the factory. And then we're going to create, let me just quickly bring this out right here. Sorry. Yeah, let me bring this out. So in this package, we're going to create one interface, and then we're going to create this one as concrete classes, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 concrete classes and one interface inside the package called factory. So let's go back to IntelliJ and actually get this done. So right here in IntelliJ, we're just going to, I'm going to just expand this a little bit. And then I'm going to, so currently we have controller, model, repository, and services. So now I'm going to right click on this one here, this main package, and create a new package called factory. Factory. Now I'm just going to right click on this and create one interface. So this one I'm going to call user factory. User factory, and this one is going to be an interface. Yes, always add it. And and in here now we're just going to have this method to actually create a user. That's a nice one from tab 9. So now let's inside this one here, we're going to create another class. So this one we're going to call registration request. Registration. Request. Registration request. So we're just going to call this one registration request, right? Right here. And this one now we're going to just create this. Let me remove this for now. I'm going to make this one a little bit smaller. And now I'm just going to go here and create this class. Let's create class registration request. And this one here, I'm going to put it in another directory. So for that, I'm going to come here to right click on this one here and create a new folder. So this one here, I'm going to call request. Request, right? And just hit on OK, and hit on OK. What happened right here? Here. Yes, request. Package name request. Choose destination directory, show only existing source root. Yeah, I think it's gonna be here. Yeah, cool. So now we're just gonna select this and click on OK, and then we're going to click on OK. So the registration request has been created right here. So we're going to come back to fill this in. So now we're going to come back to the factory and create a class called simple user factory. Simple user factory. Just hit on enter. And this one straight ahead is going to implement. It's going to implement the user factory we've just created right here. And straightforward, we're just going to alt enter to implement all this. So we have one single method inside there. So we're just going to implement it like this for now. The next thing we're going to do here is to go here. So we're going to create factory each for our entities. Patient. Patient factory. Veterinarian factory. And we have the admin factory. Okay, so this is what we have right now. I'm just going to, let's see. So let's go back to our slide. So we have the user factory, we have the simple user factory, veterinarian factory, patient factory, and admin factory. So let's go back to IntelliJ and see. So we have the user factory, the simple user factory, admin, patient, and veterinarian factory. So in our next video, we're going to start implementing all this. All right. So before we continue the implementation of all these classes, of these factory classes we have created, so I'm just going to go back to our slide and let's take a quick overview of how the implementation is going to look like. So I'm just going to go here and slideshow this. So this one right here is this is the simple user factory we've created last time. So now this is the method that is inherited from the interface, from the user factory interface. And this is the method that is responsible for creating the users, right? So when, So when this user actually clicks on the submit button right here, so the request is going to hit on this gateway as we discussed last time. So right here, this is the gateway, this is the method that is going to receive the request that the user actually entered. So when this request comes here, the first thing we're going to do here is to check if this user is already in existence by checking the email. So if the user is already in existence, we're going to throw back this exception right here. But if the user is not already exist in our database, then we're going to check the user ID, the user type right here. So we're going to switch user type. Now, if the type of the user is vet, then we're going to delegate the creation of that user to the veterinarian factory. And if the user type is patient, we're going to delegate that creation to the patient factory. And if it is admin, we're going to delegate this to the admin. So this is how inside the implementation of the simple user interface, the simple user factory is going to be. Now, if we go here, this is the veterinarian factory. So this is the method that is responsible for creating the veterinarian, right? And now, when the request is delegated to the veterinarian factory, and it's going to come here. So right here, we're going to create a new object of veterinarian right here, and we're going to set all the common attributes right here. So take note of this one right here. Let me quickly make this clear. So take note of this right here. So we're going to create a class to actually do this for us, right? So these are common attributes here. These are the attributes that is common to all the users of this system, right? And if you look below here, we have the specific attribute that is an attribute that is specific to only veterinarians, which is the specialization, like we discussed last time, right? So that is what we're going to do right now. So let's go back to IntelliJ and and get this done. But the first thing we're going to create right now is this one right here. So let's go here. The first thing we're going to create is this one right here. We're going to add all the necessary attributes to the registration request. Then the first class we're going to create is this user attribute mapper. So now let's go to IntelliJ and add, last time we created registration requests, right? But there are no attributes in there. So we're going to add all the necessary attributes in here. Then after that, we're going to create the user attribute mapper. So let's go to IntelliJ and get it done. So right here on IntelliJ, so this is the factory we've created. I'm just going to right click on this and close this one for a moment. So now let's go to the service right here. So what I want to do here now, I want to refactor this package right here. So I want to package all the classes, all the services based on their component. So inside this service right here, I'm going to right click on the service and I'm going to create another package inside a package called users. Users, right? So now inside the service, we have the user service right here. So now I'm going to drag this one here. I'm just going to move. Okay, I'll do this later. But the idea is that I'm going to, okay, let me see if I can cut it right now. Okay, so let's refactor. Okay, good. So now I have cut this one in this user services inside this folder right here. So we're still going to come back and do some other things right here. So now what we're just going to do here is I'm going to right click on this and create a class. And this class we're going to call user attribute mapper. Attribute. User attribute mapper. Right here. So this one is user attribute mapper. It's a class. So we're just going to hit on enter. And this attribute mapper is going to take the object. So we're going to, inside here, we're going to have a method right here that we're going to take the object of this request. Remember last time we created a request here, right? This registration request last time, this one here. So this is the one I was showing you on the representation that we're going to add all the necessary attributes. But right now, let's go here. Let's go to the user attribute mapper. And now we're going to go in here and have a method. Public void. So here we're going to say set common attributes. Common attributes. Set common attributes. And so here we're going to have the user. And also we're going to have the registration request. So what I'm trying to do here is we're extracting all the attributes. We're going to extract what we got in the registration request right here. Registration request. Let me just make this small a little bit. So we're going to, so this one here, I'm going to say target, which is the target source, target. And this one, okay. So this one is going to be source in that issue, in that aspect. This one is going to be the source of data right here. So this is what we are targeting, and this is the object that is bringing the data, and we are targeting this data inside this user right here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually, now before we can do this, so this is the source, this is the target, right? Now the target is the user, and it has all these attributes already. So what we're just going to do here is I'm just going to copy everything that is here, and I'm going to go here and put them here, right here. So you may be asking, why are we not using this one directly? So this is the entity class directly. It's not really advisable to use the entity to use this entity class directly, because this is the direct class in our database. So it's always good to create a class, it's a kind of DTO, data transfer, so that we can actually pick the attribute we want to pick, the specific attribute we want to pick from the main model, why this one is kept untouched. So we're going to use this one to manipulate all the attributes we need from there to actually work with, right? And now, if we go here, if we notice, we see that the veterinarian, if we go back to the slide, we're going to see that this veterinarian here actually has a kind of, it has an attribute that every other user does not have, this one right here, right? So now, this attribute, we're not going to directly save this to the user entity, because not every, if we save this one directly to the user entity, it means this attribute is going to be created in our database. So if we go here, if we go back to our database last time we did, let me quickly remove this, sorry. So if we go to the user right here, so we see that there is no any attribute called specialization right here. But if we, right now, if we save this, if we add this specialization directly to the user right here, it means it's going to be created right here in MySQL. It's going to be created right here. And if that specialization is created right here, it means the purpose of our using inheritance, the purpose of disjoint inheritance has been defeated, because when we create a user that doesn't have that attribute, so that column is going to left empty, it's going to left none, right? So we don't want to save it directly to the user, so we want to manipulate it in a separate way. So right here, this is the user. So because of that, now we're going to go here. We're going to go to, where is it? To our registration request, and we're going to include this request right here. Yeah, so we're going to go here to actually include this attribute right here, right directly in the registration request. So we're going to have private. Sorry, this specialization right here. So we've included this right here. Now we are going to go to the user right here to actually include this one here, but we are not going to save it to the database, right? So we're going to make it transient. So here I'm just going to go here to say private. Sorry, it's not what I want to do. Private string specialization specialization, right? And now, if we leave this one like this, it's going to save, but we don't want to save it. So what we don't want to do, we just want to do here, right here, is we're going to make this one transient, so it doesn't save to the database. So we're going to say at transient, this one right here. Sorry. Transient, yeah. So we're going to make this use of this one right here. So this one right here is going to tell Hibernate not to save JPA, not to save this one. So we don't want to save this one to the data, to the user table, so that it doesn't pollute the user table. Okay, so we just want to use it to hold the data for this, that the data that this one, that the user, because right here, we're going to make some extraction right here. So we are extracting data from here. We are putting data from here down here. So we just want to use this attribute right here, this one right here, to hold the data that we bring from the form, because this one is the one that is representing the form, right? From the user, when the user actually input data. So we are using this one to bring the data from the form, and we are fixing them in here. So now we want to fix that specialization right here from the form. We just want to keep it here temporarily. Then we're going to pass it to the veterinarian to actually create it specifically to the veterinarian table, rather than making it general on the user table. That will make it known to other users that do not have a specialization like this. Okay, so having said this right now, let's go back to our user attribute mappers and actually start this process gradually. So the first thing we're going to do here is to just say target. So target.set first name, and here we're going to get source. Source dot, because right here this is the target. The user is the target class, and this one is the source. Is where the data is coming from, which is this is the one bringing the data from the front end, and we're trying to fix them here to this user entity instead of, we don't want to manipulate this user entity directly, right? So that's what we try to exchange this right here. So we're just going to say source.get first name, so .get, okay, .get first name. Oh, sorry, I think we don't have getter setter here. Okay, cool. So let's use the Lombok annotation here to get our data, our getter setters. So here we're just going to say dot, okay, here dot get first name. So I'm just going to make this one down a little bit. So this one is last name, and last name. Oh, this is set actually. This is set, and the next one right here is going to be the gender. Set gender, get gender. The next one is phone number. Set phone. Get phone number. Set email. Get email. So now we need the password. Set password, we have get password. Set enabled. And this one we say source.is enabled. And here we're going to get the user type. Set user type, and we get user type. So these are the attributes that are common to all the users right here. What is happening right here? Okay, this is get. So these are the attributes that are common to all users. Okay, so now that we have done with this, let's go back to our user factory. So I'm just going to go here to go to the simple user factory. We're going to close this a little while, for a moment. And now we just need some. We need some dependencies right here. So we're going to have private user. So here we're going to have user repository, and also we're going to need the veterinarian repository, this one right here. Oh, sorry, not repository, the factory. We're going to need the factory right here. And we're going to also need the patient factory right here. Right here. And the admin right here, we're going to need. So let's push this one down. So these are the things we just need here right now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to start the implementation of this method right here. So let's go inside here. So the first thing we're going to do is to check if that user already exists. So we're going to say if. So we're going to say if user repository. Sorry, this is not what I want to do. So if user repository.exists exists by email. So this one, we're going to change this one to email. Exist by email. Then we're going to pass in this email right here. Registration request. Get email. So what we'll try to do here, we'll try to find the user by this email. So if this email already exists, we're going to throw an error. So let's just say throw resource so we're going to throw new user already exists. User already exists. This user exception. And then we're just going to have the message. Oops. So then we're going to tell the user that this email already exists in our database. Oh, sorry. So we're going to say registration.get email, registration.get email plus already exists. Already exists. So I'm going to make this one a little bit smaller so we can see the end. So right here, let me push this closer. So now we don't have this, this method right here in our repository. So what we're just going to do here is to create this one as a custom method in our user repository. Okay. And then we're going to go back here and we're going to create this one. This one is going to be our custom exception class. So I'm going to make this one a kind of come back here. So let's create this one here. Create a class. And now I'm going to just come here. We're going to create a new package called exception. And we're going to say OK. And then we're just going to say OK. And say OK. Then we're just going to hit on create. Right here. So this one here, we're just going to say message. And this one, we're going to extend the runtime exception. Runtime exception right here. So we're just going to say super message. So let's go back right here. We see that this error is gone. So let's continue with our implementation. So if the user is not found, then let's go here and we're going to switch the user type. So we're going to switch registration request. We are not getting gender actually. We are getting user type. Oh, sorry. Getting user type. So so we're going to make this one vet. So if the case is vet, like we've seen, we're just going to return. So we're just going to return that we're going to delegate this code to the veterinarian factory. So we're going to say return veterinarian factory dot create veterinarian, and then we're going to pass in the registration request right here. The same way, we've not created this method is not yet in existence in our veterinarian factory. So we're going to create this in a moment. So if we have in case number two, if the request, if the user type is we're just going to switch the patient and the admin. So that's just what we're going to do. So here we're going to say patient, hope is correct. Right here. Sorry, this is return patient. Sorry, my attention was distracted by something. Okay, so now we're going to have this one here dot create patient, and we're going to pass in the registration request. We're just going to terminate right here. Case admin. Return admin. Dot create admin. And this one is registration request as well. And the default, we're just going to return none. So here we're just going to say default. So I'm going to remove this from here. I'm just going to say return none. Return none right here. So let's let's format this. I think I forgot the shortcut of the format. Let me just go up here and go to the code and format code. Okay, so now let's do this. We're going to go back to this later. Let's just come here for now. Let's finish it one at a time. And let's go here and finish it. So now we are done. We are done with our simple user factory implementation. Meanwhile, we're going to inject this through constructor. So we'll say final. Final. All right. So let's finish up with this. Final. So right now we're going to inject this one through constructor injection. So we're just going to have this annotation right here. At required add constructor. And then we're going to make this component a Spring Bean. So we're just going to use add components right here. And now that this one is a Spring Bean, so these ones are not yet Spring Bean. So let's go back here. Let's go to the veterinarian and make it a Spring Bean. So right here, you can see that it's not a Spring Bean. It's just an ordinary class. So let's actually give them, we can either give them at component like so. And if we give this one at component, if we go back right here, we see that it's gone. So this one, it makes this class a Spring Bean. But meanwhile, I'm just going to make it a service class because actually it's serving for a purpose. So this is specialized. Remember that the at service annotation is a specialized version of the at component, right? So I just want to narrow it down to the specific job is doing. So the same thing goes to the patient and the admin. At service, right here. Okay, so now I think we are done with this our simple user factory implementation. But there's something I want to clarify here. Actually, we are not actually implementing the factory method design pattern. You know, we are not dealing with design pattern right here. We're just trying to mimic, or we're not trying to simulate the actual implementation of the factory design pattern. Because if we are going directly to the factory design pattern, this is not actually how it's going to be. There are some things we are missing right here in the actual factory design pattern. So this is just a simple simulation. It's not a kind of, we're not actually going into design pattern properly right here. So take note of that. So I shouldn't get confused about what we are doing because the name sounds like user factory. So maybe you're going to be comparing this with the main user factory design pattern. So you don't get confused, okay? We are not implementing the main factory, the factory design pattern right here. This is just a simulation, right? All right. So now I'm going to close this down. So the first one we're going to implement right here is our veterinarian factory. Okay, so let's go in here. And so we're going to break in some of these dependencies right here. So the first one we're going to have right here is the veterinarian repository. Sorry, let me check out something right here. Okay, yeah. Private. Okay. Final. Veterinarian. This time around, we're going to use the repository. So vet repository. And we're going to, what happened here? Modifier private not allow here. Oh, sorry, my bad. So let's go inside the class. We are doing it inside the method. Sorry, guys. So let's go inside the class. And here we're going to have other dependencies. So we're going to have the private, users attribute mapper. Okay, this one here we created last time. We'll say user attribute mapper. And the next one we're going to have right here. Okay, this is just the one we need for now. So the next thing we're going to do here is to actually let's inject at required arc constructor right here. So now this veterinarian repository is not yet a bin. So here, let's make it a bin. So we're just going to extend the JPA. Actually, this one is, yeah, it's a veterinarian. So let's do the import. And let's change the ID to long instead of integer because that was what we used. So now this one is a sprig bin. So let's close this, and let's go here to actually make this one a sprig bin. So let's make this one as component. At component right here. So it has become a sprig bin right here. So the next we're going to do here is to implement this one here. Let's go inside this method and implement it. So we're going to create a new object of veterinarian right here. And so here we're going to set the user mapper, that's the user attribute mapper dot set common attribute, and then we're going to get the request right here, which is the registration request right here, and we're going to have the veterinarian right here. So what we're just doing right here, we are extracting the information that this guy brought and putting them in here. Then after that, now, you know, the veterinarian has another attribute that is not common to other ones. So now we're going to set that attribute. So we're going to say veterinarian dot set specialization. Oh, sorry. Oh my gosh. This plugin is very... So we're going to say veterinarian dot set specialization right here. So here we're just going to get the request, registration request. But meanwhile, I'm going to shorten this to request. So it should be too long. So I'm just going to say request. So request. So we're just going to say request dot get specialization right here. Now, because this veterinarian is inheriting the user, and we have an attribute here called specialization, that is why we are able to get it from what we are doing. Where are we? Right. Sorry guys, I'm confused. Okay, right here. So that is why we are able to get it from here. So now this one, at this moment, this one is going to be saved to the veterinarian table rather than saving it to the user table at large, right? So that is the reason why we did all these things we did in the past. So I hope you are now getting it clear. Okay, so now the next thing we're going to do here is actually to call the repository to actually save this veterinarian. Yeah, that's correct. Tab 9 at work. Man, the tab 9 actually makes this coding so sweet, you know, effortless coding with tab 9. I'm advertising for tab 9, you know. Okay, guys, sorry, just catching fun with myself here. Okay, so now we are done with this. We are done with the veterinarian. So the next one we're going to do here, we're going to do the same thing with the patient factory and the admin factory. So again, like I said, we are not actually implementing the main factory design. We are just trying to mimic the factory design right here. So we are not going into design pattern right here in this project. Take notes. All right. So now that we have finished implementing all these factories, so I'm just going to right click on this here and close all tabs. So remember last time, the first test we did last time was that we created this user right here from Postman directly when we have not gotten anything. And if you see right here, we see that the veterinarian here has nothing. There's no ID right here. But if we go to the user right here, we see that this user type is supposed to be a veterinarian, which means it's supposed to have an ID right here. But because that was the initial test, we didn't get this right here. So right now, let's go back to IntelliJ and let's recreate this user now that we have gotten our factory in place, our mimic factory in place, so to speak. So what I'm just going to do here, I'm going to go to the controller. So this is the user controller right here. And take note that we have created, you know, in the process of implementing the user, the user, you see we have created a lot of packages here. We have gotten exception, we have gotten factory, we have gotten request. Now, inside this request, we got a class called user registration request, right, which is registration request. And that is what we're going to be using right now. And now let's go to the controller, the user controller. And instead of using the user direct, so we're going to change this one here to the registration request. And I'm just going to say this one as request right here. And then I'm going to have this return the request right here. And take note right here. So this one is showing us an error, right? All right. So now that we finished implementing the factory, the mimicked factory. So what we're just going to do right now is we're going to test creating user. So now remember last time we have created one user in our database right here. This user is supposed to be a veterinarian, right, with the user type of vet. And at such, it's supposed to have an ID right here, existing ID right here, right? But because that was the initial test, and we're trying to make this step by step, and we just only have this here, but the creation of the user was not cascaded down here. So now that we have finished implementing our user delegation, so now let's go back to actually try to create this user again. So I'm just going to come here and right click and close all tabs. So now I'm going to go to this is the user controller right here. And I'm going to also open up the user service right here. So, and remember last time we have created this one here, this registration request. So I'm going to make this on the full screen. So we have created this registration request with which we're going to use to pick data from the front end from our user to actually send into our system, right? So here I'm going to start from here. So now instead of void, I'm going to just allow this to return a user. So let's have user right here. And then we're going to make this one return. Make it return user. And then we're going to change this one from user to registration request. And we're just going to make this one request. And then we're going to pass in the request right here. And then we're going to come here to the user service. We're going to make it registration request. Make it request. Request and request, right? And then we're just going to return. We're going to return, sorry. Yes, we're going to return. But meanwhile, we're going to make this to return user. It couldn't be void anymore. So now we are having a kind of error right here. Now, what we just want to do, because we have gotten, let's go back right here. So we have gotten a user factory right here, right? So we're no longer going to create this user alone. We're going to create it through the user factory. So this user factory here is going to determine what kind of user we are creating, then delegate the creation of the user appropriately to the rightful domain, right? As we discussed earlier. So here, let's just come here. I'm going to, instead of using the user repository, so we're going to use the user factory. Sorry, this is not what I want to do. This one's supposed to be user factory, right? Just like so. And so instead of returning this one here, I'm going to return the user factory. User factory dot create user, and we're going to pass in the request right here. Okay. So I think let's go back to our controller. So this error is gone. So now let's run our system to see what we got. But meanwhile, let's check our properties right here. Okay, I want to make this update because I don't want the user that was there to be vanished away. So I want to turn this to update. And now let's run this project and see what we got. Okay, so here we see that this application has started. Here it has started, right? So let's go back to let's go back to Postman and hit the same request right here. So remember, this is the one we created last time in Postman, right? So let's go back here to hit the same thing. So now we just have the same thing. Rita Simpson, the same vet, right? So let's just go and send the post request. We have 500 error, but what happened? Let's go to our console and see what happened right here. Okay, so we see that that check is actually working. So we are here that says this email already exists, right? And that was what we discussed last time. That was, let me bring this down. Let's go to the simple user. And that is the message we defined here last time. Let me make this one full screen right here. So that is the message we defined here last time. So which means the call, this user, the request actually got to this place right here, but the email is already in existence. So let's go back to Postman. And now I'm just going to change this email. Let's just remove the A to make it unique. It's a different one. And let's post. Cool. So now we have 200 OK, and we have a user number 2 return. So let's go to our database and refresh. So now we have gotten number 2 user right here, and it's a vet. So this time around, let's go to the veterinarian and refresh. So now we have a veterinarian with ID number 2, but we didn't put a specialization. So let's go back to Postman and put and add specialization. So here I'm just going to say specialization. And I'm going to say this one is a surgeon. Surgeon. And I'm going to change this image so that it will allow us. I'm just going to put double T so it will be unique. And let's go. Cool. So we got this right here. So now we got the specialization here as surgeon. So let's go to MySQL and let's refresh. So right here we got another veterinarian with ID number 2 as a surgeon right here. And if we look here, we have a surgeon right here. We have a user with ID number 3 right here. And if we go to the main domain, we see that this user number 3 is a surgeon. So the reason why we are doing this one here, because when we are finding, because we are going to be using this user here, we're going to make this user entity, this user table, to actually run a main query. For example, we can find a user by ID. So if we find a user by ID, for example, we are finding a user number 3 by ID, and now this user number 3 is a veterinarian, and this veterinarian has a specialization, right? So we want to fetch both the specialization and every other properties that related to this vet alongside. So if we don't track the ID here, there is no how we can join this table together to fetch, to know that this user right here with ID number 3 is a surgeon. There's no way for us to know. So by tracking the ID right here, so we actually, when we want to fetch a user by ID with using the user table, so we're going to join fetch and get this specialization of this veterinarian. So now let's test to create a patient. So what we just need to do to create a patient, let's change this one here to patient. Notice the case sensitive. This one is incorrect. Patient. Notice the case sensitive right here, because if we go back, if we go back to our system, we see that here we are using capital letter right here. That's uppercase letter to do the switch case, and we are not converting it to lowercase here. We are not ignoring case right here, so we want to make it strict as this. But if in the case that maybe we ignore the case right here, maybe don't ignore case, or we can just do to lowercase or any other thing we want to ignore, then that one is different. But right here, we are not ignoring any cases, which means we just want it to appear like this. We want to compare exactly this string as it is, right? So that is what we're doing here right now. That is why here I'm just putting the patient right here as a capital letter so it will match the switch case in our system. So now I'm going to change this image so it will allow us. I'm going to add another T right here. This is just for test. And now let's hit the send button and see what we got. Cool. So now the patient has been created. So let's go again to our database, MySQL Workbench, and let's refresh. Now we see that we don't have any other entry right here, but if we go to the user right here, we have another entry with ID number 4. Now let's go to the patient table and refresh. So right here we get one patient with ID number 4, right? So that means our technique is actually working as expected. So let's go back to IntelliJ right here. Okay, so now we see that we have achieved the first step of our user creation. See you in the next video. All right. So now that we have done with other that we have achieved the second step of creating our different user based on their different types. Before we go further, there's something I quickly want to call your attention to before we go further. So now let's go to Postman. So this is Postman, and this is the data we created, right? This is the information we send to the database to actually create the user. And right here is the information that was returned from the database after the successful creation of the user. If you take note here, the password of the user is actually returned along the data. And it's a very good practice to actually control the sensitive information while sending data to the client side. So we are not supposed to return the password of the user or any other sensitive information we don't want to return to the user. For example, everything that's coming from here is directly from the database model, that from the user class, right? Which is the model in the model in the database. And in a good practice, one of the best practices is that it's not very good to work directly with the database model. Just like here, when I say model, I'm talking about this very user right here. This one right here, this user. So this is the direct model in the database. We can see here is an entity right here. And so this one is the table in our database that contains all this information right here. And it's not a very good practice to actually work directly with this model while returning data to clients, right? So it's good we control some sensitive information right here so that there shouldn't be any breach of information or maybe any security threat right here. So now we want to find a way, we want to fine tune what we're doing here. We don't want to return every bit of data from the user model. We just want to select the piece of data we want to send back to the client when a user is created or whenever a user requests any data from the module, right? From that model, right? That domain. So that concept now actually brings also the concept of DTO. So let's go here. So right here we have DTO right here. So what is DTO, or what are DTOs, and what do they do, and why do we need them? So that is what we're going to talk about in the next video. All right, so now we're back to IntelliJ. So the first thing we're just going to do right here, just going to expand this a little bit. So I'm going to right click on this main package, and we're going to create a new package called DTO. Just like so. And now I'm going to right click on this DTO package and create a new class. And this class we're going to call user DTO. User DTO is a class. All right. So I'm going to make this one full screen for a moment. And now that we have created our user DTO, so I'm just going to go back to the user. So I'm just going to copy everything that is here. Just copy all these. Copy and go back here and paste them here. So now we have got it. Let me just make this one smaller a little bit. Okay, I hope it's okay like this. Let me just open this a little bit so it will be at the center. Okay. So the only thing I want to do right here is I want to remove the password. So we're going to remove this password here. So we don't want to return the password to the user when they request for data, right? And also I want to return this annotation right here, and I want to return this annotation right here too, right here. And so now what we're just going to do here is to use the Lombok annotation to get our getter setters. So we're just going to use data, and this one actually gives us the getter setters that we need, right? And now let's go back to the user. No, not here. Let's go back to the user controller. Yes. So this is the user controller right here. And if we look right here, we are returning the user direct from here. But we don't want to return the user. Actually, we want to convert the user that we got from the database to this our DTO that we just created so that we can just pick the attribute we want to return to the client. But if you look at right now, we are actually returning the user directly, but we don't want to return the user direct. So we want to use another class called entity response entity. All right, so now we're just going to go into this method. Sorry. We're going to go into here, but meanwhile, I'm going to remove this one for a moment. And so now we're going to bring in the try and catch block. So we're going to have the user. This one is user. So this one is equal user service dot add the user, right? And now our goal here is that this whatever that is coming out from here is a user, right? Being a veterinarian, being a pet owner or patient, be an admin, as far as a user is a subclass of this user right here. So this one, what we do here is a kind of polymorphism. So we're using this one here to actually get the result that is coming back from the database, right? Because they are all subclass of this user right here. So they can enter right here. So what we want to do here, we don't want to send the entire user. We don't want to interact with this user at the front end. So we don't want to send this user to the front end. So that is why we created this DTO a few minutes ago. So what we just need to do right here is to get this DTO right here. We're going to convert whatever we get out from here. We're going to convert it to this DTO so that we can pull this DTO to the front end, that is to the client that is calling this method, right? And for that right now, we have not gotten any converter right now. So we're going to create a class that we model mapper, kind of entity converter class that we take this object that is returned and convert it to the desired object that we want to return back to the front end, right? Okay, so let's go here. So I'm going to right click on this DTO package and create a new class. And this class, I'm going to call it entity converter right here. What is it? Sorry. Right click and create a new class. And this class, I'm going to call it entity converter. Entity converter, sorry. This is entity converter right here. And now, because we don't know the kind of entity we're going to be converting from time to time, because we're going to use this to convert any entity that requires conversion in our system, this the class we're going to be using to convert it. So we're just going to make it a generic type. And then we're going to pull in the dependency, the model mapper dependency. So we're going to say, oh, this private, sorry. Private model. Yeah, this model mapper here, this one here. And we're just going to make it a kind of, finer because we're going to inject it through constructor injection. Let me just make this one small a little bit, or let me close this for now. So let me make this one small a little bit. And now we're going to come here to say, because this one is going to be a component. So let's say add component. And then we're going to map this. We're going to inject this one through the constructor. So we're going to say, use this annotation to actually do constructor injection right here. But this one is complaining, but we're going to come back to it later. So now the first thing we're going to create here, the first method we're going to create here is the method that actually convert the entity to the DTO, right? So we're going to say public. We're going to say D. Now we're going to say map entity to DTO, right? Suggestion. But now this is the entity, and we're going to specify the DTO class we're going to be mapping to, right? So we're going to say class right here. So this is the DTO class we're going to be mapping to, right? Now we're just going to come here to return model mapper.map entity to DTO class right here. So the second method we're going to have is the one to actually map the DTO back to the entity class. So let's go here to say public. Okay, we have a very good suggestion right here from tab 9. This effortless coding, effortless coding. So right here, we just have this map DTO to entity. This one is map entity to DTO. And you see the very good suggestion that is made by tab 9, right? I'm one of the advocates for tab 9. Okay, so the thing is that now we have gotten all this set, but now we don't have a bin of this right now, so we're going to create a bin of this. So for that, we're going to, and the bin of this we're going to create, and that is going to take us, in the next video, we're going to see how we're going to create this bin and actually map it to use it to convert our entity. So see you in the next video. All right, so now we can see that we have our class right here. So this dependency is actually complaining about bin. So we have not created a bin of this because we are auto wiring. We are injecting it right now through the constructor, but we have not created any bin that can be injected. So what we just need to do right here is we're going to come back here. I'm going to close this. So now I'm going to right click on this and create a new package. And this package, I'm going to call it config. Config, and just enter. Now inside this config, I'm going to right click. I'm going to right click on this config and create a new class. And this class, I'm going to call it application config. So this one is called application config. I'm just going to enter. And now we're going to create a bin right here. So I'm going to create a bin of the model mapper. So I'm just going to say public. Remember, all bin must be public. There's no bin that is private, right? So I'm just going to say model. Yeah, model mapper. Or this one here. This is not what I want to do. Yeah. So here I'm just going to say return a new object of this. So return new of this. And here we're going to annotate it as bin so that it can be picked up by the Spring container right here. And then we're going to annotate this class here as configuration class so that when the application runs, Spring will come here to find for bins. So all the bins that are created here in this class will be created in the bin container, in the Spring container, right? Okay, so that is just what we need to do here right now. And now let's go back. So if we go back here, we'll see that the error has gone away because now he has found the bin to auto-wire, to inject. So now we're going to come here. We're going to pull in the dependency. That's the class we just created. We're going to use it as a dependency. So here we're just going to say private. Entity converter, this one right here. So what are we converting right now? So we are converting the class, which is the user, right? Then to user DTO.class, user DTO, right here. So we just call this one entity converter. But meanwhile, this one is going to be the class. No, it's going to be the user DTO. So we are converting this one here to this one right here, right? So if we go here, if we go back right here, we're just going to say that user DTO right here. So we're going to say user DTO. How will I call this one? I'm just going to say registered user equals entity converter dot map entity to DTO. So here we're going to map in the user, which is this one here. We're going to map in the user that we just will return, and then we're going to put in the user DTO. So we're going to say user DTO dot class right here. I'm going to make this one a little bit kind of smaller. So what we're doing here right now is that we are mapping this user that we just got from the database, right, that has been created to the DTO. because right here, if we go here again, we see that only the attributes we put here that we'll be able to access for the front end. So as we are using this object right now to carry the data to the front end. So any attribute that is not here cannot be accessed. So we are using it to hide some sensitive information from the user, right? Okay, so let's go back here. So what we just need to do here is to return. So let's return. So we're going to return new, or we're going to return response entity dot OK. So inside here, we're going to make use of the API response we created last time, this one here. So we're going to say new API response, and inside the response, we're going to define our message right here. So we're going to say user registered successfully, just like good suggestion from tab 9 one more time. And now we're going to cache right here. Let's include our cache block. And so right here, last time when we're creating last time in Postman, when we have problem with email that is already in existence, we got the message in the console, but we didn't get the message right at Postman, right? So what we're just going to do here, we're going to cache, because if we go here, where is the user service? So if we go back to the user service right here, so we're going to see that, okay, the user factory. If we go back to the user factory, let me quickly navigate back to the user factory. So we see that we are catching error somewhere here. So we are catching this error. So this error was actually printed in the console, but it didn't come to the front end because we didn't handle it, right? So we throw this error, we are throwing this error right here, but we didn't catch it. So right now we're going to catch it at the front end so that we can actually see this message. Instead of printing this message in the console, we're going to see it at the front end so that the user can actually read what actually happened right here. So now we're going to come back here and actually catch that error. That's exception, not actually error, but it's an exception. So now we're just going to say user already exists. This one here, exception E. And then we're going to return right here, user already exists, right? But now we're not going to do this. Instead of defining this message right here, because we've already defined this message right here, we've already defined a message here. So we don't need to define another message here, but rather we're going to get the message we've already defined right here to be taken to the front end. So we're going to remove this one here, and we're just going to say e.getMessage right here. So this one is actually getting the message that is thrown by this class right here. Then we're taking it to the front end, right? So that is all we have for now. And also we can actually catch general exception in a more details, but we're going to come back to those ones later. So now I think it's time to test run our application to see what we got in so far. Let's cross check some details. Right here, we have this in place. I'm going to close some of these so I get confused. Close this. And so this one here, we're going to close it down. And the user DTO, we're going to close it as well. So we have this controller and this one right here. Okay, so let's clean up our project. Here, I'm just going to go to Maven and let's clean up our project and see what we got in. So we're just going to say clean install this one right here. Yeah, and let's see what we got. So it's always a good practice to always clean and install. Whenever you do you did some work in your project before running, you clean so that during that period you're going to see the error we're having, right? So now we are having a problem right here. So what is the problem saying right here? This one here. So let's remove this, and so this one is telling us that we should wait. Right here, cannot resolve this one here. So this one means we don't have this dependency in our POM file. So let's go to our POM file and see what happens right there. So this is our POM file. I'm going to close this a little bit. Let me close this panel so we can see widely. So this is our POM file, and let me just check. Control F, model. So we don't have anything right here like model mapper. We don't have it right here. So now let's break in this dependency right here. I'm going to close this search right now. So let's break in this dependency right here. Let me just put it underneath here. So I'm just going to say dependency right here, and I'm going to say model mapper is here already, and right here. Sorry. Okay, so let me just let me give a space right here. Let me do it again. So dependency. So I'm going to say model mapper, this one right here, and this one right here. Okay, so this one is saying that we should, extract property. So let's extract it right here. So if we go up here, we're going to see in our property, these are our properties, right? So we see that the version has been extracted right here. So we're going to come back to this later in the course. But for now, let's refresh, let's reload our dependency to reflect the new dependency we've added. Okay, it seems have refreshed. So let's go back to our application and see what happened right here. Okay, let's go back again. Let's reload. Let me go here to our entity converter. Okay, let's see what is happening right here. This one should be from here, right here. So I think it's okay here. We are doing the wrong import. That was what actually happened. So because the dependencies we add is this one here, is coming from org. So if we go here, we're going to see that this is the dependency. Where's the dependency? Right here. This is the dependency we've added somewhere here. Okay, here. You see here? There's a dependency we've added. So it must come from that dependency as well, from that library. All right, so now we're going to, let's clean again. Let's clean our project, clean and install. Okay, build success, right? Okay, I'm just gonna remove this, and I'm just close this panel. So let's rerun our application. But meanwhile, I want to be sure that I'm not going to lose what I got in a database before. So let's open our resource property, and this one remain update, because if it's on create, we're going to lose all the data we've gotten in our database before, this one right here. So always take note of this one right here. So now let's rerun our project. And so now our project has started running. That started, right? So let's close it down. So let's go back to Postman and try something else, and try the create again. So this is Postman right here. So I'm just going to hit this send. And cool. So right here, instead of, you see that the message, we have gotten the error message right here, that this email already exists. So it wasn't in the console. It's going to be in the console, but right now the user can actually see what is happening, the reason why this one did not create, right? Okay, so now let's change this email. Let's just remove this one here and put E, and let's create. Good. So we see that a patient has been registered successfully, right? But now, if we look here right now, the password is no longer here. The password has been removed right here, and the data has been formatted very nicely right here. right? Okay, so let's go back to IntelliJ. So let's quickly, I'm going to remove this now. Let's quickly recap what we've done so far right here. So here we've created a new bin of model mapper. Here we created an entity converter using the model mapper to actually convert our entity to DTO and DTO to entity, right? That's what we did here. And we have refactored our user, our create user method to actually return our own customized API response class, so with our own customized message. And we also use the entity, the response entity class to actually return to customize our HTTP status code right in the front end. So this being done, we're going to move down to the next video. See you over there. All right, so in this video, we're going to fine tune this class, this very method right here, and we're going to set some standard on what the standard we're going to follow in the rest of the video in this course. So now I'm going to call your attention to something right here. So now we have succeeded using the response entity to actually return status code back to the front end. And we have successfully returned the feedback message to the user right in the form so that we can actually see what is wrong in the process, right? So now let's go back to Postman right here. So this is Postman, and this email is already in existence. So if I hit it right now, it's not going to go. It said email already exists, right? So let's say we want to have it right here. I want to add, just alter the email and send it again. So we see HTTP status OK, and user created successfully, right? So right now, if I hit this send again, the email is going to conflict. So now this email already exists, so the user cannot be created. But right now, let's take a look at the status code right here. The status code is still showing OK. So even though everything is not OK, but it's showing OK. OK means OK, right? Right here, but things are not really OK because the user was not created. Why is the user not created? Because there is there's a user in the database that already has this email. So two users cannot have the same email in the database, right? So the status supposed not to be OK right here. So now let's go back to IntelliJ. So here is IntelliJ, right? And this is the status that is showing that OK right here, because this is the right here already existent right here. You see this one is OK right here, right? So that is what is showing OK right here. But that is not what we really want to do. So we really want to indicate that if the status, if this one here, if the user already exists, there should be something like it's an error, right? It's an exception. It's not OK. So now we're going to change this implementation right here. We're going to, instead of OK, we're going to say status. Status right here. And I'm going to cover this. I'm going to say dot body. This one here. And this body here is where we're going to define this one here. We got this one here. So now we're going to set the status right here. So we're going to say conflict, because if a user has already, if that email has already in existence in the database, it means it's a conflict. There's a conflict. That is why the user was not created. So it wasn't OK. So we're going to say conflict right here. And then we're going to import the constant right here. Let's import the constant right here. So now we're getting this one right here from this one here. So we're getting it from Spring framework.http, right? So we're just going to say conflict. Okay, so let's run our project again and quickly go to Postman and actually test it out. Okay, so the application is started again. So let's go back to Postman. And right now, let's hit on this. You can see here, this email is already in existence. So here we have conflict. So instead of OK, we have 409. So it's not OK. And you see that the color is red. So that means everything is not OK, right? So that is how we can customize the HTTP. That's how we can customize the response, this response entity to show us the status code based on the return from the server right here. And also what I'm just going to do right here, apart from this, I want to catch a general exception right here. So I'm just going to enter another catch right here. So this one is a general exception in case anything happened. So anything happen other than this one here, so it's going to throw general exception. So that one here, we're just going to say this status code right here. But this time around, it's not going to be this one. It's not going to be conflict, but rather we're going to say internal server error, right? So let's have this as internal. This one here. Sorry. Internal server error. This one here. So we are setting this code right here so that if anything happens other than this, so that it's going to return internal server error. And it's going to get the message that is this one here, which is this E here is getting the message. Just as this E here, this object here is getting this message right here. This variable is getting this message that is declared right here from the back end right here. And now let me just zoom this in out a little bit. So now I'm going to introduce something right here. So in this application, I don't want us to start having I don't want us to start seeing a string too much of strings like this. I don't want to see strings like this. So we want to align all these strings in a single file somewhere in the system, so that everything will be organized in the same place, rather than having strings scattered everywhere in our code, so that all these strings actually can be reused in other places. So to start with right here, I'm going to create a file called message feedback right here. So I'm just going to do this right here. I'm going to remove this. So I'm going to say feedback message. Feedback message dot success. Now we're going to create this class right here. So this class, I'm going to, this one is the field, so it's going to be a class. And I'm going to create a package for this. So here, I'm going to click on this and create a new package. So this one, I'm going to say utils. And OK. And OK. And OK. So this is the class right here. And now we're going to go back here and we're going to create this constant right there. We're going to create this one right here. And then we're going to define that message right here. So let's define the message. Sorry. So that message was that the user created successfully, right? So we're going to say user created. User created successfully. So that is the message we're going to have right here. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I'm just going to open this so it will be in the center. So right here, we're going to see that. So we have this one here as the feedback message. And this is the string right here. So the same thing, I'm going to do something right here. So this one, I'm going to create another file, but this one is going to be URL. We're going to call this file URL mapping dot users right here. And then let's create the same way. Let's create, no, not the constant, it's going to be a class. So let's create this class. And we're just going to put it inside the same package. This one here. Right here. And then we're going to create this constant right there. Create it here, which is users. So here I'm just going to say users. That's slash users right here. But meanwhile, I'm going to create another constant right here. So this one is going to be API. So we're going to say API, and so we're going to be slash user. So this one here, we're going to bring this API right here, API, and we're going to concatenate it right here. So henceforth, this is how we're going to work with our project. So now we have seen that we have actually we have finished with this method right here. Um, so there's the standard we're just going to set. So let's move to the next video. All right. So now we are done with the first method in our user API right here. And also we have set some standard that we're going to be using throughout the rest of this course. And one other thing I want you to take note of is this. Let me quickly show you right here. Let's go back to our slide. So right here, we're going to see our API pattern. So this is the pattern we're going to follow throughout this course. So here we just have the localhost slash the API and slash the version of the API and the API itself. So this one could be version 1, version 2, version 3, and this one could be user, product, any other thing. So example of the user API is this. So here we're going to have the localhost slash API slash version 1 slash users. Then the subsequent endpoints under this API are going to follow with this pattern right here. So for example, we're going to have the users slash register, users slash update, then the user ID, and users slash delete, user ID, and so on and so forth. So example of the API for the appointment is this. So here we have appointment. So we have book appointment, we have update, we have delete. Take note that this update here, this naming convention here, this is the best practice out there, one of the best practice out there when it comes to REST API naming convention. So let's take a look at this update here. Now take note that this very update here is different. These are two different things. The names might look alike, but there's not going to be anything like conflict or collision. Why? Because the update here that is preceded by this user here is different from the update that is preceded by the appointment. So these are two different things. So this update resides in the user, while this update resides in the appointment API. Same goes to the delete, and same goes to every other naming, maybe other endpoints we are going to have in these APIs. So these are different things, okay? All right, so this is just what I want us to take note of before we continue this video. So see you in our next video. All right, so we are back to IntelliJ. So we are going to continue working on our user API. So the next method we're going to create, the next endpoint we're going to create is the endpoint to actually update the user. This endpoint we've created last time actually registered a new user. So now we're going to create the endpoint to update the user. So what I'm just going to do here, the first thing we're going to do here is to come here to create a class right here. So I'm going to right click on this request. And we're going to create this class. We're going to name it user update request. User update. Are we correct? Yeah. User update request. And this one is kind of here. Okay, so I'm going to hit on enter. And notice not every attribute of the user we're going to update. For example, this is the registration request, right? So we are not going to update the email. We are not going to update the password because these ones are they are separate functionalities. So if a user wants to update the password, it's a special request, right? So we're not going to update the password and the email alongside this very update. And also we're not going to update the user type. We're not going to update this one right here. So basically what we're going to update here is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is what we're going to update right here. So what I'm just going to do is to copy this very one here. And then I'm going to come here and paste it. So we're going to remove the ones we are not going to update right here. Let's remove. I think I made a mistake last time. I forgot to remove this. This one is not necessary right here. I forgot to remove it last time. This is the result of copy and paste. Okay. Okay. So right here, I'm going to come here and so we're going to remove the ones that we are not going to allow the user to update. We're going to remove them here. Now, the reason why we don't want to allow the user to update this email is because this is the email they are going to use to log in inside the system. So when they update it, right there is going to be a kind of confusion, except we provide a provision for that email update. But right here in our requirement right now, we are not going to allow the user to update the email. Once they are registered with this email, if they want to change it, then they have to contact the admin to change this email, right? So, and same thing goes to the password. So there is the password, changing of password or updating the password has a special functionality. And the user type also is not going to be changed, because if you register as a veterinarian, you are a veterinarian. If you register as a pet owner, you are a pet owner, right? So if you were a pet owner and you went to school, you became a veterinarian and you want to come and register, then you have to create accounts as a veterinarian, right? So let's remove this one right here. So right here we have, let's remove the ID as well. We're not updating the ID. So we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are the 5 attributes we're going to update. We're going to allow the user to update. Now you remember this attribute here belongs to the veterinarian, while every other 4 belongs to every other person. So here we're just going to have the add data, the Lombok annotation. Okay, so now let's go back to the user controller. So what we're just going to do here, we're going to go to the user service, and there's something also I want to do. I forgot to tell you. It's always a good practice to code to interface while to enhance to promote polymorphism, right? This one right here, we are using the class directly right here. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to create an interface, a user service interface, where we're going to align all the method we're going to use in the user API. We are going to declare all the method right there so as to promote naming convention. So at anywhere in our project that method is used, for example, anywhere in our project when a user registration is requested, the name is going to be the same. Anywhere in the project where delete or update is requested, the name are going to be the same. So now I'm going to come here. I'm going to divert a little bit. So I'm going to come to the user service right here. So currently we have the user service right here, which is this one right here. So I'm going to create another one. Now, as you can see right here, we have changed, where is it, right here. So if we go to the controller, let me close some of this. Let me just quickly close some of these tabs so we don't get confused. So let's just open the one we are using right here. So right here, we have this one here, add registration. But now we remember that we have changed this name here. We have changed the name right here, and we're supposed to change the name everywhere, but we forgot to change the name somewhere. Right here, this one here, we forgot to change the name. So what I'm just going to do here, before we move on, I'm just going to change the name. We're here. And then I'm going to go to the service to actually change the name. So what I'm going to do right now is to create an interface called user service right here. Let's go here. No. Yes, the service. So let's right click on this and create an interface. User service. Sorry. So this one we're just going to call user service, and it's an interface. So hit on enter. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to come right here to extend this. To implement this, and then we're going to pull this method up there. So I'm just going to say override, and then we're going to pull it up. So let's pull it up. Yeah, pull it up. So if we go right here, we see that this method is here already. So let's zoom it out. So it's here already. So this is where we're going to declare all the methods we are going to be using in our system here as abstract. So we're going to implement them from here. So this is the best practice ever. Okay, so now let's go. I'm going to close this down right now. No, I'm going to get it open because we're going to work in on it. So let me make this one a full screen. And here we are going to, right here, what is it? This one here. I'm getting confused. Let me a little bit, push it in so we can see. Okay. So here I'm going to create a method. And this method is going to be the method that we're going to use to update the user. So now we're just going to say public. It's going to be user, update user. Sorry. Update user. But this one right here, we're not going to be using the user. We're going to use the user updates request we've just created some minutes ago. User updates. I can't type. What is happening? Okay, this one here. I'm going to say request. All right. And then we're just going to do, the first thing we're going to do here, we're going to find the user as normal update procedure. So the first thing we're going to do here, the request has been sent from the front end through the controller. So here we're going to make all our business logic inside our service layer. So we don't want to do anything in our controller right here. So the controller, the job of the controller is just to code the logic we have implemented in the service layer right here. So the next thing we're going to do here is to add the ID of the user, because the user ID that we're going to be updating, right? So that is the ID we're going to use to find the user from the database. So we're just going to call this one user ID. User ID. And then we're going to come in here to find this user using the ID, right? Just as we have been suggested for by tab 9. But what I want to do here, I don't want to use the repository right here. Rather, I want to create a new method, a separate method to find user by ID, because we're going to be using this user by ID somewhere else, not only right here, right? So I'm just going to remove all this here. And so instead of us creating it here, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Let me make this a white screen so we can see fully. So now I'm going to create this method right in here. But it's not a private, it's going to be public, so that we can use it somewhere else. So right here, we're just going to say return. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here. But meanwhile, we're going to define a message right here, so we're going to say OS through this one here. And then we're going to, I'm just going to break this down as usual. So we're going to create our own custom, sorry, what is happening here? So we're going to create our own custom exception class. This plugin is actually giving me, it's good, but it's giving me some problems. It's too fast. it's 100% faster than me. So now I'm just going to pull this forward and say new resource not found. We have created this last time, so resource not found exception. So we're just going to say user not found. User not found. Okay. All right. So now we are calling this one right here, and so let's go down here. So I'm just going to say, okay, we have gotten this one here. If this user is not gotten right here, if there is no user, it's going to invoke this message we have actually declared right here, because we're going to cache it from at the front end, right? So now let's just go down here to say user. So user.set. So the first one we're going to set here is the first name, first name. And the next one here, we can see that the plugin is actually suggested, but now it made a mistake. This is not what I want to do. So here we're just going to take the gender and the phone number. And so for that, for us to go faster, I'm going to duplicate this. Set gender. Get gender. Set phone number. Get phone number. And the next one is the specialization. So if this user is a veterinarian, the specialization is going to be added, but if it is not veterinarian, the specialization is going to be ignored. Because we are not saving, because right here, we are not saving it directly. So if you look here, that is why we don't save it here. We are not saving it directly to the user. It's just a transient. We are using it to hold the value for the owner to pick it from here. So we are not saving it. So what we're doing here right now, if there is a value right there, if the user that is being updated is a veterinarian, it's going to pick the value right there to save to the domain of veterinarian. But if that user is not the veterinarian, it's going to ignore that field. Okay, so the next one we're going to do here is to pick the specialization. Sorry. Oh, I mistakenly removed it, right? So let me just put it back. So there's a specialization. And I'm going to get specialization right here. Specialization. And then we're going to call the repository to actually save the updated user. Right here. So that's just all we want to do here. Now we're going to pull this one down also. We're going to pull it up. So we're going to say override so that we can pull it up to the user service interface. Okay, so it's here already, right here. So the next thing we're going to do is to go to the controller. So let's go to the controller and actually call this method. And before I forget, just like the API presentation we had a few minutes ago, I'm going to fulfill it here. So here I'm going to have, okay. So we're going to have this. So this one is going to be register. So have API/user/register, just like we have presented before. And so the next one here is going to be the update. So public. Here we're going to use the response entity as usual, as discussed earlier. API response. Update. And so right here, we're going to have the user update request. This one here. Okay. And then we're going to have the ID as well, which is the user ID. User ID, like so. And what we're just going to do here is to come here to actually, we're going to call the method that we've already implemented in the user service. So here we're just going to have the trial cache. So let's put the cache right here. So now we're going to go in here to get the user, just like this is a right suggestion. And so what we're going to do after this now, so we're going to convert. Remember last time we converted with using the DTO, right? Or we've already created in some of the previous videos. So the next we're going to do here is to call the user DTO to convert what we've gotten back to the front end. So you can see right here a very good suggestion from tab 9. So here we're actually converting from the user that we've gotten to the user DTO, so we can send this to front end, right? This is really effortless coding. You need this plugin. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to return. So we're going to return the result right to the front end, so that whatever we got from the back end, we're just going to return the result to the front end. So here we're just going to say return response entity.ok, and here is the feedback message, and here is the update. Now this success message right now, we're going to, because this success message right here is what we discussed, is what we're going to change this message right here. So success to this, so we're going to say update success, or success update, or maybe update success, or update. So that will be different, because the message we define there is different. Because if we look right here, we're going to see that we define user created successfully. That's what we discussed, we define there. But this one is updated, so we're going to change it to user updated successfully. So we're just going to go there to fix this in. So we're going to, sorry, what am I doing? Just Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Yeah. So here we're going to say user updated successfully. A nice suggestion. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the controller. See, the error is gone. So now we're going to catch. Remember last time we defined here, we said that if the user is not found, it should throw this resource not found exception. And this is the resource not found exception we define right here, which is the exception class we define right here. So that is what we're going to catch right now. So let's catch this. User not found, or resource not found. The reason why I make it resource not found, because it's not only user we're going to use it for. We're going to use it for any resources that is not found. So not only user. That is why I name it resource not found. So now we're going to return. Nice suggestion, not found. Then the body here will have the message. I hope you're following this, what we're doing here. My plugin is actually 1000% smarter. Okay. Okay, so now we're going to see if the user is not found, it's going to take this message. This message here, this message we're getting right here is the message we defined right here, which is this one right here. Yeah, the service right here. So this is the message we defined right here. That is what we're going to get if the user is not found. Okay. Okay, so that is what we just need. But if we want to catch general exception, it's still okay. It's okay to catch the general exception, like exception. So now we are done with this. So we're going to annotate this. But meanwhile, for good practice, I just want to catch the general exception for us to be clear of what I'm saying. So let's catch the general exception. So let's have another catch right here. So this is the general exception. I'm going to return right here internal server error. If any problem apart from user not found, you just say internal server error 500, status code 500, right? Okay, so that is what we have. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to actually come up here to map this. So this one is put mapping, and it's going to be /update. Update. And the user ID right here is the, let's just say ID right here. And then we're going to come here to annotate. So we're going to say at path variable. And this one here, we're just going to, I don't want to declare anything here. So because of that, I want to just make this one here the same thing. I don't want to write any other thing here. Then we're going to request the body. Remember to request the body, because if you don't request the body, you're going to submit empty field in the database. And in some case of validation, you're not going to be able to submit. So let's say at request body. Yeah, this one right here. Okay, so this is just all we need. But like the naming convention, like the standard we set already, so we're going to pull all this one up there. So here we're going to say this one is URL mapping. We're going to I'm going to cut this one here. So I'm going to say URL mapping, URL mapping, this one right here, dot register. Dot register. Or maybe just say register user. Register user right here. And this one, so also I'm going to say update user. URL mapping dot update. Oh no, not dot. Yes, it's dot update. Update user. Yes, update user. All right, so now we're going to pull all this up to that file. And if you take note of here, there's something I forgot to show you last time. So this one here, if you are using a path variable right here, for example, the ID, this ID here you're putting here should correspond with what we're having here. So now, for example, if I put this one, if I slash something right here and put something like this and put user ID. Oh, sorry. If I put user ID here, loco. All right, so let's put this one inside. Let's take it to the file. So this one is update user. So we're going to say slash update and slash the ID, right? So the ID. Now there's something I want you to take note here. No, let's go to the controller. So now we are here at the controller. You see the error is gone. But take note that there's an underline here. It's telling you that path variable ID is not consumed. Now you see here, if we go here, you see that the ID right here is ID. We're having ID right here, but here we have a user ID. Now there are two ways to do this. You can either do this. If you do this right now, you see the error is gone, the warning is gone, right? But either you do this or you remove this one here and you make sure this one here and this one are the same thing. So let's go here. So if I change this one to user ID, you see that the error is gone. You see it's here. So it's two ways. Either you put it here or you make it the same. This one should be exactly the same thing with this one right here. So if they are different, then you can just put another thing here that we interpolate, that we pull the value we put the value from the request and put it here, then get into the body of the method right here. Okay, so now we are done with that. So let's go here. So this one is register user. So let's pull it up. Register user. So here we're going to have slash register user. Nice suggestion. Actually, we are not having a path variable right here. This is just register user. So at the end of the day, we're going to see that we have, if we go here to our controller, so we have here, we have user, we have API slash users, then we have slash register right here. If you go here, we have slash register, just like we showed last time. The same thing goes to this update right here. Okay, so now we are done with this. We're done with this. So the next we're going to do here is we're going to move forward to create the methods to delete. All right, so we're going to continue working on our user API right here. So if you look right here, we have gotten to endpoints right here in the API, the create register user and the update user. But what I want us to do, I want us to go to Postman to create a collection. We're going to just create a collection for this project so that as we are coding along, we'll be testing along with Postman. So every API we finished, we're just going to test it to make sure it works as normal. And every endpoint we're finished or any task we're finished, we're just going to test it in Postman to make sure everything is working as expected before moving down to the next one. Okay, so having said that right now, let's go to Postman. I'm just going to go to Postman right here. Let's open Postman. Okay, this Postman. And now I'm going to create a new collection. Let's just say blank collection. So we're going to call this one Pet Care Project. So I'm just going to click out right here. And then I'm going to we're going to take a new request right here. Okay, this one here, we're going to make this one registration. Register. So this is how we structure our API last time. So if we go back to IntelliJ, we're going to see, for example, Let me just click on this. Let's go back here. So we see that this is our API slash API slash v1, which is the versioning like we presented last time. And here we're just having slash users slash register. So that's what we're having right here in Postman right now. This one right here. So we're going to change this one to post. And I'm going to make this one full screen for a moment. And then let's go to the body, raw. And make sure you have raw and JSON right here. So I think, so the next we're going to do here, sorry, let me Control Z. So the next we're going to do here is to just impute some user data. So we're just going to click here and let me make this full screen. So we're just going to click here and just paste in some user data right here. And so here we have the first name, the last name, the gender, the phone number, the email, this, and this. And I want to make sure our database is empty. So let's go back to IntelliJ. And here, let's check our property file. Okay, so let's make this create. And let's run our project one more time to make sure our database is empty, because this one will make our database our table to be recreated, right? Okay, maybe, so let's check our database and see what we got there. Let's refresh. Okay, so everything is okay now. Let's refresh. Let's refresh. So now our database is empty right now. So let's go back to Postman. So now we're just going to hit on click, send. Let's send. And here we got result back. And let's go here. I don't know what happened here. Okay, I got it. So let's go here and let's refresh. Okay, so now we got one patient created in our database. And now let's go to the veterinarian. Now we haven't gotten any veterinarian. Let's go here. So we got one patient ID right here, ID number 1. So let's go back to Postman and let's hit this one again and see the validation. So here we got the validation. Everything's still working fine. User already exists. The email is already in existence. So let's change this one to vet. So this one is vet, and let's change the email. Let's just edit the email. And this one is a surgeon. Let's just say, okay, this is surgery. It's supposed to be a surgeon. So let's just leave it like this for the test. We're going to edit it. So now let's change this to, let's change this to post. Actually, it's on post actually, right? It's on post. So let's hit this one more time. And here we've gotten it created. We've gotten another user created. So let's quickly refresh our database and see what we got. So there's no entry here. There is one entry here with surgery. And let's go here. There is another one entry here. So we got 2 students in our database. So let's quickly go back to Postman. So we're going to save this. We're going to save this one here. Let's save as this request. So we're going to click on save as, and then let's go back here. Let's find the collection we created. So this is the collection we created a few minutes ago. So let's click on this, and in here we're going to create a new folder called user. So this one is user. Let's hit on create right here, and let's open it. So we're going to name this one here. We're just going to say register user. Oh, sorry. Register user. So let's click on save. Okay, so here we have gotten one. Where is it? So let's go to our collection, the one we just created. Okay, this one right here, pet care project. So here we have gotten this collection. Inside this collection, we got a folder. And inside this folder, we got one request already, which is the user registration, right? So let's make this full screen one more time. Now we're going to change this to update. So let's say put right here, and let's change this one to put to update. So we're going to update the user number 1 right here. And then before we move on, we're going to, okay, let's go to the body right here. And before we move on, I just want to, you see here, we are having error right here. If we do this, we're going to have error right here. So let's save this one first. So I'm going to save as. So let's make it different. So this one we're going to say update user. Update user. So let's hit on save. So now we have put and get and post. So let's go back here and actually test the post, the put. So remember last time we are not changing this, we are not changing this, we are not changing this. So we're just going to remove all the ones we are not going to edit. So the password, the email, the user type, we're going to remove. And now this one we're going to edit. So let's change this one to Rita. So this one is Rita, and she's a female. And let's correct this. So instead of surgery, we say surgeon, right? Now let's hit on edit. Let's see what happens. Okay, it seems successfully. So here we have Rita Browning, female. So let's quickly go back to database. So here, so we see Rita Browning, female. And let's go here to see. Okay, this one did not update. Yeah, this one did not update. Yeah. But the user ID is 2, right? Is 2. But this veterinarian here did not update. So let's go back to Postman and see why it didn't update. Right here we have specialization as surgeon. And we are actually doing this right from the user at large right here. So we're actually updating from the user controller right here using the user service right here. But the specialization did not edit. So let's find out why it happened like that. Oh, I got it. It's my mistake. Actually, this user we are editing is not a vet. This is a patient. So this is the user. User number 1 is a patient. It's not a veterinarian. So now veterinarian has the ID of number 2. So let's go and edit the veterinarian. So let's change this ID to number 2 right here. And let's just leave this information like that. Let's edit. Okay, it seems successful. Okay, I think it has changed. So let's go back here and refresh. Cool. So it works, right? So now we have tested the two endpoints we've created. We have tested and everything is working fine. So see you in the next video. All right. So welcome back from Postman. So now we're going to continue working on our user API. So now we have tested all the APIs that we have created and everything is working fine. Sorry, not all the API, the 2 endpoints we have created and everything is working fine. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to continue with the delete and find by ID and get all. So now we see that we've already gotten this one right here, find by ID. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this name right here to find user by ID. But anyways, it doesn't really matter because this one already reside inside the user, right? So there's no point of this. So what we're just going to do here is to create a controller to actually consume this very method right here. So let's go back to our front end, to our controller, sorry, and actually create an endpoint to consume that method. So here I'm just going to say public. This is public response entity. This one right here, that's correct suggestion. And then what we're just going to do here is to we're just going to try and catch, so that, because I really want to return every bit of error, anything, every bit of message from the server, I want to return back to the front end. So we just want to make sure, we want to try as much as possible to take any message we get from our back end. We want to take all of them to the front end, so that the user interacting with the system can actually see what is going on in the system, the reason why they couldn't perform what they want to do, right? So here I'm just going to put catch right here. Okay. So here we're just going to call our user our user, what is the name, our user service, to actually get this deleted for us, right? So this one is a straightforward method. So here we're just going to say user service dot delete. Sorry, we're not deleting, actually, we are getting, I'm sorry guys. So here we're just going to say user dot find by ID, which is very correct. And then we're just going to remember, we are converting the user to a DTO. So okay, actually, because we are not actually interacting with this one, we're not transferring everything in this main, because this is our main domain, it's our main entity, right? So we are not working with this. So we are using a DTO to actually pick the attribute we want to return to the client. So right here, let's say we have a user DTO, this one right here. It's not deleted user. This one is, so let me just say the user. Let me just say this one, the user. Right here. This S always come in capital letter. I just want to say the user. Right here. And okay. Sorry guys, I'm a little bit confused. So let me say the user right here. Why is this S always coming in capital letter? So we want to say convert entity to DTO right here. So we are converting this user to a DTO class right here. And then we're just going to return the user. So here we're just going to say return. This one right here, a nice suggestion. But this one here is not always success. Okay. So this one we're just going to change this one here dot found, right? So we're going to change this message right here to found. So this one is found, right? And then we're going to come to this one in a moment. So then we're going to remember last time we say that if the user is not found, we should throw no resource not found exception. And that brought me to something that I want to do quickly after this. But meanwhile, let's quickly just complete this one here. Resource not found exception. And then we're going to return the message down to the front end. So let's just do this. Not found, and we'll get in the message not found there. And let's, as usual, let's return the general exception. Catch. So here we're going to catch exception, general exception. This one right here, say E. So we're just going to return this. That's all. And then what I just want to do here is to let's actually create this constant. We're just going to say found right here. So that is just what we need to do here. Okay, so that one is out of the way. But let's actually map this. This is get mapping. This is get mapping, and we're going to say this one is get by ID. So let's do this right here, and let's just say user. Oh, sorry, user, and let's put this. Let's slash it here and actually get this one right here. So we're going to say user ID. User ID. Okay, and then this one is a path variable, as you can see. But meanwhile, okay, now I see the reason why that guy was suggesting for us. Here is delete. But actually, we are not actually getting delete. We are actually getting user by ID. So we just get by ID, find by ID. I didn't see this before because of the suggestion your ID is given to us. Okay, so right here, just as usual, we're going to take this one to where it belongs. So we're just going to maintain the standard we already set. So here I'm going to say URL mapping. You got this one right here. Dot get user by ID. So we just want to make it as clear as possible so that the reader, anyone that is looking at this will actually know exactly what the method is doing, right? So let's just go here and put it there. Okay, right here. So let's paste it here. So we have API version 1 / users / user and the user ID, get user by ID. So that is out of the way. So the next one we're going to do here is creating the delete method. All right, so now we're going to create the method to actually delete the user from the database. So let's go to our user service and implement this. Public void delete. So here we just want to make sure that the user repository, we want to make sure that the user actually exists in the database before we delete it, right? So we're just going to say find by ID. I'm going to pass in the user right here, which is the user ID. User ID. And then we're going to come here that if the user is present, then delete it, or you throw an error, right? So we're going to say .if present. We'll use this one right here. So if the user is present, it's going to delete it right here. But if the user is not present, then it's going to throw an error. So let's call the repository right here, repository. And we're just going to have the method reference right here to actually call the delete. I'm just going to call this one from here, delete. And now if the user is not present, we still want to throw a message if it's not present. So here we're going to have something like a callback function. I'm going to break this down. Let me break this one down from here. Then we're going to throw a message, right? So we're going to return a message from here. So let's take this down and return a message right here. So the next thing, oh sorry, having an error here. This OS. Sorry. We're gonna right here. This one here. What we need. So that if the user is not present, it's going to throw a message that user is not found. But if the user is present, it's going to delete it from the database. Okay, so we're done with this. So let's quickly, I'm going to pull these ones up to the user service. So I'm just going to say override right here. So we override and we're going to pull it to the user service, the service interface, right? At override and pull it up there. So let's pull it up here. Okay. So now we are done with this. We're done with these two right here. So let's go to our controller and actually consume this this delete. I noticed something right here. Let's go back here. Okay, yeah, this one has no use. So let's create a controller to consume this. So we're gonna have public. So we're gonna have our response entity as usual right here, so that we can actually get the message back to the front end, right? So here we're going to have the try and cache as usual. Catch. And sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me today. I cannot type. Okay, my position is not really good. Sitting in a bad position. Okay, so now let's just let's have the user repository dot delete, and after that we're going to return success message. If the deletion is successful, we're going to return success message. So success delete success. We're going to change this one here to delete success, because all this string we are creating right there, we're going to reuse. They are reusable, so we're going to use them in different part of our component. So it's not tied to user API alone. So we're going to have, that's why we try to have a generic name for these strings, so that we can actually use them for any resources up in the other side of our project, right? And this one here, we're going to catch. Before we go here, we're actually going to catch. We're going to put another catch right here. Okay, so we're going to push this one. We're going to cache resource not found exception, because that was the exception we defined here. This one right here. Yeah, so we're going to cache this message from the service layer right here, and then we're going to change this one to not found. Yeah, this one here, not found. So we're going to get the message and actually take it back to the front end. Okay, now what we're just going to do, let's take this one here. Let's create this constant right here. And we're going to say deleted. Deleted, oh, sorry, this is deleted. Successfully. Oh my gosh. Sorry guys, I think, so deleted successfully. But now I'm not going to put this one here. I'm just going to put deleted. So we're just going to put D right here. So we just have deleted successfully, because we're going to, like I said, we're going to, maybe we're just going to say resource deleted successfully, resource. I use that as a resource actually. So resource deleted successfully right here. And so, this is what we want to do here. So let's go back to the controller and see. So let's just quickly get the mapping right here. So we'll have a delete mapping. And we're going to set, right here, we're going to say slash user, user URL mapping, dot delete user. Delete user by ID, right? So delete user by ID right here. All right, so I think this course is a little bit draggy, but we're gonna make it fast in a moment. So now what we're just gonna do here, let's go down here to create this, and then we're going to actually define what we want right here. So user slash delete, then slash the ID right here. So this is just what we want right here. Just like here we have update, delete. So we're going to remove user from here. So let's just have update. We have update and we have delete. But this one here we preface by user, right? Because we just will have users slash user, then the user ID, because we're actually getting a single user by ID. But this one we're deleting, so the delete is actually here, and this one we're updating, and the update is actually here also. Okay, so let's go back to our controller. I think we are done with this. But our custom, maybe we can just return a general exception if we want. It's not really necessary, it's not mandatory, but we can just do it. So let's just return this right here. Okay, so now we have gotten get user by ID, we've gotten the delete. So let's go to Postman to actually get this tested before we move on to our next task. All right, so now we are done with the delete user by ID, and we're also done with the get user by ID. So before we move to Postman for testing, I just want us to create the last method right here, which is get all users from the database, so that we can complete the CRUD for the user before we move to another API. So now let's move to our user service. So this one is going to be a straightforward method. So here I'm just going to say get all users. Get all users. So what we want to do right here, we just want to do the conversion right here because this one is a list of users, so it's not like single user, right? So we're going to, I don't want to do any logic, any business logic at the controller side. I just want to keep the controller clean. So we want to do this conversion right here. So we just return this one directly to the front, to the controller, right? So for that here, I'm going to have the list of users. And this list of users is going to get all the users from the database, right? And then we're going to iterate. So let's iterate through this user and convert them to the appropriate user DTO. Let me see if we have it right here. Okay, here we have the converter right here already. So this is the entity converter we created last time, remember? This one right here we created last time. So that is what we're going to use right now, and that is what we'll be using all along. So let's go here and iterate through this to just return the list of the converted users. So we're just going to say return users.stream .map, and here we're going to have user. And for each user in that, that array, we're going to convert it to the user DTO, right? So here we're just going to say .map to map entity to DTO. So we're going to use this method right here, and then we're going to pass in the users right here. The user and the user DTO class, and then we're going to put them inside a list to return them back to the front end. So here we just break this down, and we're going to break this one down here too. Okay, so now let's go back to our controller to actually consume this. But before then, let's pull this up. So we're going to say override, and then we're going to pull it up right here. And then let's go back to our controller right here. So let's create a controller. Let's create our endpoint to actually consume this method. So I'm going to say public response entity. And this one, we're going to have it, we're going to put in our API response. Get all users. So here we're just going to have the list of user DTO. User DTO, and we're going to get everything back from the service layer. And then we're just going to return them through our response entity right here. So just as simple as this. So this is just all we need to do to get all users from our database. And here we're going to map it. This one is get mapping as well. So get mapping. And then we're going to say all users. So we're going to say URL mapping, URL mapping dot get all users. Get all users right here. Okay, so let's quickly go there and define this message. So here I'm just going to say all users slash all users. Okay, so this is just all we need to do right here. And then let's go back to the controller to make sure everything is in place. Okay, so that everything is in place. So now let's move to Postman to actually do the testing. All right, so now we're going to go to Postman to actually test this API so that we can move to another task. But meanwhile, there's something I want to do here. This one here, I want to change from success to found. Because here, if you see the message written here, it's like user created successfully, right? But now this one, I'm going to change to found. .found, yeah. So this one is like just found, resource found, right? And here, I'm going to change this one from OK also to found. So because of that, I'm going to say status. It doesn't really matter in a way, but I just want to follow this convention that we have set from the beginning, right? So here, status dot So now I'm going to say the body right here. So we're going to pass in the body right here. Then here we're going to say found. Here, this one here, we're going to say found. And there's something, I saw something up here. I think I saw something. Okay, this one too. I'm going to change this one. So I'm just going to say status. That body. Just like so. And this one I'm going to say found as well. Found. Okay, so this is just how we can control the status code that are displayed right at the front end. So here, this one is updated successfully, but here we have user updated successfully. Yeah, that is correct. That's correct. So if you just put your console right here, you're going to see the message that we define underneath in this file right here. So now we have done this. I'm just going to run our project and let's move to Postman to actually test it out. So let's run it. And let's move straight to Postman right here. So this is Postman. And then I'm going to save this because we've already tested this already. So I'm going to save this. So now we're just going to change this one right here. This is user, and we have user. Then we get user by ID, right? So we're just going to say user number 2 right here. And this one is going to be get. I'm going to change this to get. But meanwhile, I'm going to change this name here so we don't have conflict. So let's say save as. Then we're going to say get user by ID. Get user, sorry. Let me just even make this lowercase, get user. Get user by ID. This is get user by ID. And then we're going to save. Let's save it here. So we have get user by ID. What happened? I think there's a network problem right here. Oh my gosh. Okay, it's been saved. This is network problem. So now let's hit on send and let's see if we get the user with ID number 2 found. So we have 302 found. So here we have found right here, user with ID number 2. Now let's get all users. So now we've saved this already. So let's get all users from the database. So let's say all users. All users right here. And this one we're going to get, let's save as get all users. Save. Get all users. Get all users. And then we're going to save it right here. All right, so this is get all users. So let's hit here and see how many users we got. So we have found 302. So now we have 2 users in our database. We have 2 users right here. 2 users. Now the last one we're going to test is the delete, right? So let's delete a user with ID number 1. So let's change this to delete. Delete, and let's have the users, and delete right here. And we're going to have number 1. Let's pass the ID of number 1 right here. So let's actually save this. Save as delete user. Delete user. And we're going to save. Okay, so it has been saved. So let's fire down with user number 1. Let's send. We're having network problem. I don't know. We're having network problem, so it's taking a long time to get through. All right, so it has been deleted successfully. So see, resource deleted successfully. So these are all the messages we have sent, all the messages we catch, and the feedback messages we sent last time for those APIs. That's what we're getting right here. So this one is to give the user a clear insight of what is going on in the system, right? So that being said, so we have done, for now, we are done with the basic CRUD for our user API. So we have posted the user, we have updated user, we have get user by ID, we have get all users, and we have deleted users. So the CRUD is complete right here. So let's move back to IntelliJ right here. So we are done with this for now. So let's move to our next task in our next video. So see you in the next videos where we're going to start thinking of other tasks. See you over there. All right, so in this section, we're going to start creating our appointment API. So right here on the screen, we have a pet owner, which is also known as the patient. And here we have a veterinarian, which is the vet doctor that will take care of the pet, that will treat the pet. And here we have appointments right here. Now, these people here, both the veterinarian and the pet owner, are both users. Now, these two people right here, they are managed from the same user table, and they have been discriminated by their user type. So this one here has the user type of a patient, while this one here has the user type of a veterinarian, a vet. But they both have the same appointment, and these appointments are kept in the same container. So when this woman right here logs into the system, she's going to fetch all the appointments that are labeled on her name right here from this container. And also, when this woman here as a doctor logs into the system, she's going to fetch all the appointments that belongs to her from the same container. Because these two users here, they are from the same user table that are having appointment in the same container. And these users also, they have many appointments. This pet owner can have many appointments, and at the same time, these veterinarians here can actually also have many appointments right here. So we are going to see how we're going to model this scenario right now. So we're going to create an appointment entity that we're going to create a relationship between these two users to this appointment entity. So right here, let's go back to eraser.io. In case you don't know about this eraser, it's a very nice, as you can see, this is a tool that will enable you to actually draw things like this. So there are a lot of things you can actually do with eraser. A lot of things you can just insert code, and the code will be generated to diagram. A lot of things here can be done right here. So I'm just going to scroll up, and I'm going to come here. So I'm going to insert a shape. I'm going to take a shape from here. So we are going to say this shape here, we're going to call it, so this is the appointment. Let's say appointment. Or let's say this one is user. Sorry. Yes, user. This is a user. And this user, let's duplicate and duplicate. So this one here is the patient. I'm just going to call it patient. And this one is going to be the vet. Veterinarian. Yeah, right here. And let's a little bit. Just click all and make them a little bit smaller. Okay. So here we have the patient, and here we have the veterinarian. Let me make this the font a little bigger. Okay. Make it large, and this one too. Just want to make it large. Large. Okay. So the user, the veterinarian, and the patient. So like as we have seen last time right here, so these two people right here, they inherit from the user, right? So they are user, and this one is a superclass right here. So which means the information of these two people right here are managed from this main table right here, because this is the main user table right here. So now in this table, we're going to have the list of appointments, something like this. This appointment right here, and we're going to call this one appointment. We're just going to call it appointment, like so, appointments. So let me just make this one a little bit lengthy. Okay, let's make it like that. So now this user entity, we're going to have something like this, a list of appointments right here. And this list of appointment right here, these two veterinarians, like we have seen right here last time, like as we have seen here. So these two are not veterinarian, these two users right here, they have the same, all the appointment are stored in here. So which means in the appointment, let's have another one here. Let's have another entity right here, and this one we're going to call appointment, right? Appointment right here. And this appointment, inside this appointment, we're going to have something like user. But now this appointment, we're going to have the recipient, let's say the sender. Let me just quickly do something like this, user. So this one is going to be the sender. So the sender right here is going to be the patient, while we have another user, and this one is the recipient. This correct, right? Yeah. So now we have two users right here. One is the sender, one is the recipient. But these two users reside on the same table, which is this user right here, right? But right here we have this object of appointment right here, right? So the relationship is that right here, the relationship is going to be that this one here, let me remove this. Let me use a straight line so to be straightforward. So this guy here actually is this one here. Why the patient is going to be this one here. So the patient is the sender, and the veterinarian is the recipient, right? So now, how do we know because these two people reside in the same table, right? So the only thing we're going to use to identify them when running query with this main user right here is the ID. So when this user logs in, it's going to fetch the appointment that belongs to him from here using his own ID, right? And when the veterinarian logs in, it's going to fetch the appointment that belongs to him also using his own ID right from the same container, right? So this is the scenario we're going to create right now. So let's move down to IntelliJ and actually implement this scenario. See you when we get there. All right, so back to IntelliJ, we're going to start implementing our appointment API. So here I'm just going to open up, and we're going to go to the model right here. So I'm going to right click on this and create a new class, and this is going to be called appointment. It's a class. So what are the attributes we need for the appointment? We need the ID, we need the start time, and the appointment date. We need the appointment time. We need the date the appointment is created and the reason for the appointment. So these are the things we just need. And the appointment has a number and a status, right? So these are the things we need. So let's just go and put this one after the other. Private long ID. Private string reason. Let's just call this one reason. Private, and this one we're going to have the appointment date. So this one we're just going to use the local date time right here. Yeah, but meanwhile this one is going to be date. I'm going to use the only date right here. And let's import. So we're going to have the appointment time, So here we're going to use local time. Nice suggestion. And the next one here, we're going to have the status. But we're going to create some enumeration classes for this status, because we know how many status, we're going to determine how many status that is going to be existing in this appointment for time. So for example, we're going to have ongoing, upcoming, so on and so forth. So we're going to enumerate the status that we're going to have, so that we're going to create, if we know how many status that is going to be contained in the life cycle of appointment, then we're going to use them as enums. So we can only make it dynamically if we don't know the number of status that this appointment is going to have. But in this case, we are going to determine the number of appointment, or the number of status that this appointment is going to have, so that we can just get it a fixed enum right here. But right now, we're going to have the appointment number. That's appointment number. So here we're going to have private, and this is going to be string. Appointment number. And we're going to know when is this appointment created, which is the created date of this appointment, right? So we're just going to say created at. So we're going to say local date. Let me just go here. Private. Local date. You're wrong. This is not what I want. So we're going to have created at. Created. So when is the appointment created? Because this is the track date. When the appointment is submitted, is going to be when the date is. That is when we're going to use it actually. So we need to track some issue right here. So now we have the ID, we have the reason, we have the date, the time, the appointment number, and when this appointment is created, we also have it. So now we're going to bring in our user. So here we're going to have private. As we have seen before, we're going to have two users. So one is the patient. So we're going to call this one patient. And one is the vet, which is it's going to be the recipient. This is user. No. Yeah, recipient. Right here. So this is all what we will have. Right now, this user, we're going to set up a relationship with these users, but we're going to come back to that later. But meanwhile, for now, I'm going to so here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So now we've gotten 8 attributes here. So we have the ID, the reason, the date of the appointment, the time of the appointment, the appointment number right here, and the created ads, right? So this is what we're going to start counting from until that day, right? And we have the patient and we have the recipient. All right, so just like as we've discussed previously in the section of, in some of our previous video where we talk about hibernate. So right now we're going to break in hibernate to actually do so we can map the relationship between the user and the entity and the appointment right here. So I'm just going to space this one a little bit, just space it down right here. So now we're going to bring the hibernate, like we discussed last time, like the presentation we had. The recipient has many. We can have many appointments right here to one recipient or one patient, and we can have many appointments also to one recipient, right? So the recipient is the veterinarian, while the patient is the sender. So I'm gonna change this one here so we don't get confused. So we have the patient. So let's have veterinarian. So let's make the naming. We should also always try to make our naming as clear as possible. Veterinarian. Okay, veterinarian. So now we're going to define our relationship. So we're going to bring at many to one, many to one. Yeah, many to one right here. Like we said in that section of hibernate last time, in some of our previous video, we have talked about hibernate details. So many to one is by default is eager fetch. So anything anything to many is lazily fetch. But anything to one to one, anything to one is eager. But many, one to many, anything to many is lazily fetch. Okay, so now, but what we're just going to do right here, we're going to make, by default, this one is eagerly fetch. So, but we're going to make it lazy because we don't want to eagerly fetch the user when the appointment is accessed. We only want to get the user when the user is being requested of, right? So that's what we want to do here. So we're going to explicitly we're going to override the default behavior of this many to one as eager. So we're going to make it lazily fetch. So here we're just going to say fetch, and we're going to say lazy. Yeah, lazy. This one right here. So that's what we just need right here. And then we're going to override the name of this column. You know, if we leave this column like this, it's going to be. Let me just close this gap. So as we might have known, if we leave this name like this, when the table is being created in a database, the name of this column is going to be patient. But we don't want that. We want the name to be the sender, right? So we're just going to say at column. So we're going to override the name. We're going to say at column. And here we're going to say the column name should be sender. This one right here. So it should be sender, right? And now the same thing we're just going to take down right here to the veterinarian. So let's just, So let's just paste this right here, and we're going to paste it down a little bit. And then we're going to change this one here to recipient. Recipient. Oh, is that correct? Recipient. It's correct, right? Of course it's correct. Okay. Okay, so this is what we have right here. And the next thing we're going to do here, because this one is an entity in our database, so we just want to bring some Lombok annotation right here on the top right here. So we're going to have at getter setter and so on and so forth. So the first one we're going to have here is the entity. At entity, that's to make it a table, to tell Hibernate that this one is a table in a database. Then we're going to get the getter setter. And then we're going to have the all arg constructor, and we explicitly define our we're going to have also non-arg constructor, all args. And so right here, as we have put all arg right here, we're going to see that it's going to request for non-arg constructor right here. So we're just going to put this one right here. So that is the fundamental understanding of a class we've discussed before. Okay, so now we're going to, since this one is, if you look here, if I remove this one right here, if I just disable this annotation, we're going to see that this one has no problem. But the moment I said it's an entity, then it's going to request for the primary key, which is the ID right here. So that is what we're seeing right here right now. So let's actually go down here and say this one is the ID. It's coming from Jakarta.persistent, right? Okay, so there's one thing, let me remove this again. Let me remove this again. What is it? Okay, persistent is thereby. Okay, let's just leave it. That's what I want to explain. I may do that later. Okay, so now let's define the generation, the strategy at which this ID is going to be generated, just like as we have seen before. Yeah, this is a nice suggestion by IntelliJ, so that's great. So this is exactly what we want right here. Okay, so now we are done with the side of creating. Let's move it up. So we have done with creating of this right here. So here we have at column is not allowed at many to one property. Okay, we're going to see how it goes. So the next thing we're going to do here, I'm going to, let me take this one, cut this one down here, and put it here. Okay, same thing. There's no problem. I know what to do. We're going to get back to this later. But before we round up this now, we're going to create some covenant method whereby we're going to add patient and add veterinarian while creating a new patient. Because when a patient, when creating a new appointment, sorry guys, I'm really sorry for the confusion. So while creating a new appointment, while booking a new appointment, we're going to specify the recipient. So definitely appointment is going to be booked by a patient which is a logged in patient. So we're going to get, okay, this is the patient that is booking this appointment. Now, who is going to receive this appointment, which is the veterinarian, right? So we're going to create some covenant classes that will enable us to actually add patient or veterinarian while creating a class, while creating an appointment. Okay, so let's go. So we're going to say public void. So this I'm going to say add patient. Add patient, and it's going to take the user. So we're not going to just say this, but rather we're going to say user. We're not going to use the patient domain directly, but we're going to say user because they are both users. So now we're going to say sender because now this is actually sender. So I'm going to say sender right here. And now we're going to say this.sender equals this.patient equals sender right here. Just as we have seen right here. But this is not actually what we want to do. We're going to set the patient right here. This is the patient right here. So we're going to set this patient as the sender, and we set the veterinarian as the sender. So we just want to do here, we're just going to say this dot, well, sorry, this dot set patient, we're going to be sender. And so here we're going to come down. So if the sender dot get appointment is none, if sender, so that is we want to check if the sender has already gotten some appointment previously before booking this one right here. So if the sender has not gotten an appointment before, so we're just going to initialize a new array right here. So if sender dot get an appointment, sorry, my autocomplete is going too faster. So if sender dot get an appointment get appointment. But right now we have not gotten an appointment right here because the sender right here is user right here. But if we go to the user side of things, we have not gotten an appointment right here. So we're going to come here to get the object of appointment right here. So we're going to say the list of appointments right here. So we're going to say appointment. List of appointment, we're going to call this appointments. And there's a scenario right here I want us to understand. Now, this list of appointment right here, I don't want it to be saved directly to the user entity, right? So we want to kind of, we want this appointment to be saved directly here. And this one here is just a container to actually hold the appointment for a user, but the appointment is not directly saved right here in the user. Just like we did last time in the case of this guy here, the veterinarian right here, the same thing we want to do right here. Because if we look right here now, we have two users right here, right? So if we want to map the relationships, if we want to map a bi-directional relationship, so we're going to have two users, right? Two appointments right here. So one appointment, another appointment. So one for user, one for patient, and one for veterinarian. But we don't want to make this relationship a bi-directional. We just want to make it unidirectional, which means we can access the user from the appointment, right? When the appointment is fetched, then we can access who is the sender of this appointment and who is the recipient of this appointment, right? So that's what we're going to do. So right here, we're going to just make this one recipient like we have done here before. Recipient means we are not saving this to database. We are not saving this to this object right here. We are not directly mapping this appointment to the user right here. So we just want to use it as a container to hold the appointment of the user in the air. Then when the user is loaded, we're going to use this one to hold the appointment of the user in the air so that we can use this to access the appointment of the user, right? So now we're just going to say if sender.get an appointment .get appointment. So if sender.get appointment is equal none, then what we're just going to do at that aspect, we're going to set sender.set. So we're going to say sender.set, sender.set appointment, new array of appointment right here. So we're just going to say if the sender has not gotten an appointment before, then we're going to set this appointment here to new array. We're going to initialize a new array list and set the appointment that is being created right here. So what we're just going to do here is to, where is it? Let me bring this up. Bring this up. So here we're just going to come out of the if, and then we're going to sender dot set appointment dot add this. So we're just going to get appointment dot add this right here. So here we're not actually going to do this. We're just going to don't need the parameter right there. We can just leave it empty, angle bracket. So here we actually, if the sender has not gotten any appointment before, then we're going to initialize a new appointment, a new array list, and add this on the appointment. And then we're just going to get the appointment of the sender and add this current one. This one means the current appointment that we are creating, which is this one right here. So that is what we got right here now. And now we're going to, the next thing we're going to do here is we're going to do the same thing for the veterinarian, right? Exactly the same thing with the veterinarian. So what we're just going to do here, I'm just going to copy and paste. I'll just do some exercise of copy and paste exercise. But when you're copy and pasting, always remember to edit properly. So this one is going to be add veterinarian. Add veterinarian. You don't subscribe. You don't suggest for me. Add veterinarian right here. And then we're going to say set veterinarian. Set. Sometimes doing it from scratch is faster than doing it copy and paste. Set veterinarian right here. Then it's only going to be recipient. What? Oh, sorry. This one is recipient right here. Is that correct? Yes, correct. So we're going to just set the veterinarian as the recipient right here. And then we're going to just copy this, change it, and change it. So these are the two convenient methods we just need to create to actually add a veterinarian or appointment. That's to access the appointment of these people right here, right? To add them to when the new appointment is being created. So the next thing we're going to do here, is to, so let's cross check. Here we're going to get the, where is it? So this appointment number here, we're going to generate it, right? So when the appointment is created, we're going to generate a new appointment code for that appointment right here. So we're just going to go down here to create that method that will actually generate that one for us. We're just going to have a simple string. We're not going to go to complex string, right? So we just want to say public. So we're going to say public void. So we're going to say void set appointment number right here, and then we're just going to generate a random number for this appointment to this appointment right here. So we're just going to say this dot appointment number. So this dot appointment number equals, then we're going to have string dot value of, then we're going to have the new random right here. So we're going to say new random. So inside this one here, we're going to, inside this value right here, we're going to generate a random number, right? So we're just going to say dot next long right here. And after that, now what we're just going to do here is to tell how many numbers do we want. That's how many digits do we want for this. So we're just going to say dot substring. So here we're going to say, okay, we need between 1 and 11 right here. So if we say here 1 and 11 right here, sorry. So when we put between 1 and 11 right here, then we're going to have 10 numbers right? So we're going to have, which means we need 10 numbers for the appointment to represent 10 random numbers to represent appointment number. But now, if we look at this critically, we're going to see that there's every possibility for this number to collide, to crash with each other, for appointment to have for different appointment to have the same number, because we are just generating from 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10, 1 to 10. So before we generate 1 to 10 like 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, we're going to crash with with the number. But we're just doing this we're just doing this for the demo right now. But we're going to see if we actually want to get a complex number that is not going to crash, then we're going to go a step further, like going to hashing and digest all those things to actually get a complex number for the appointment number. But for now, we're not just going into that. We just want to leave it as simple as this, just to model what we're doing here right now. All right, so I think I've said this, now we are done with this. Let's see what this guy is talking about. Joint column, that is saying something about the column right here. Actually, the column we just try to name. So here, I think we make a mistake here. This one is adjoint column, because we are actually going to we're going to join this one here. Is going to be shown right here. It's going to be created right here in the appointment table right here. So we just want, instead of this one, instead of being at column, see the suggestion right here. So we change this one to adjoint column. So that is the correct one. Okay, so IntelliJ is very smart to actually correct us when we are going astray. Okay, guys, see you in the next video. All right, so now we are finished creating the model class for our appointment. So now let's start implementing the service layer. So right here, I'm just going to click on the service. I'm going to open this a little bit. And inside the service here, I'm going to right-click the service right here. And I'm going to create a new package. So here I'm going to put appointment. Appointment. Now, the reason why I'm doing this, you can see that here I have user, here I have appointment. So I just want to put everything that belongs to user in here. So this one is the patient, this one is the veterinarian, this one is the admin. Now, even though they are all users, but there's a kind of difference between these, because actually this one is the super user, which is the super class, of which we are trying to use as a polymorphism. So anything I just want to create about user is going to be here, just like we have the user service and this one right here and this one right here, everything about user right here. So now everything that is prefixed by patient is going to be in a separate folder. Anything that is prefixed, is it prefixed or suffixed? Prefixed, right? By veterinarian is going to be on their own. Now this one is an appointment, so we're just going to create a folder for the appointment and right click on this folder. So here I'm going to create a class called appointment service. Appointment service. Right here, appointment service. And then I'm going to create another one that is the interface where we're going to create all the methods that we're going to be using in this class. So I'm going to say appointment. This is my own convention, appoint. This is just my own naming convention. Like this one is interface, I abbreviate it with I, just to differentiate that is an interface, right? So actually it's an interface. I'm just going to appointment service. Sorry, this appointment service. Service. Oh, sorry, this I here, service. So we're just going to hit on enter. Now, inside this one here, we're going to create the crud. We're just going to finish the basic crud so that later we're going to be coming here to add all the complexity as they are coming one after the other. So we just want to do it from the beginning, just like what we did with the user API. So we're going to be creating them step by step from the scratch till from easy to the complex level, right? So don't get confused. So I just want you to get the basic from the background, how they started working and how we started increasing them with complexity, because it's going to get complex as time goes on, right? But this one is just the beginning. So let's implement the basic CRUD operation right here. So the first one we're going to do right here is the one to actually create an appointment. So let's just say, so this one is going to be an appointment. Appointment, create an appointment. Nice suggestion right here. This idea is really working. But now this one is going to have two more additional parameters. So we're going to have the parameter for the recipient and the sender, right? So we just say long. So who is the sender? So we're going to have the sender and we're going to have the recipient. Just like here we have receiver, like, so we're going to say the recipient. Let's let our naming convention follow the same thing, right? So this one is the sender, this is the recipient, and this is the appointment itself, right? So this one is gone. Now the next one here is the one to actually get all appointments. So this one is going to be a list of appointments. So we're going to say list of appointment, get all appointments, right here. That's correct. And the next one here is the one to actually update appointment. So let's say appointment. This appointment, we're going to say appointment, but actually this one is not this update. We're going to say update, sorry. So this update appointment. And then we're going to have the ID of the appointment and the appointment itself. So here we're going to create the ID, and now we're going to create a class called appointment request. Appointment request. So we're going to call this one request right here. So quickly, let's create this class. Let's just create it out of the way. So let's go here and create a class, and then we're going to go inside the request, this request package, and include it there. Okay, so this is the appointment request. We're going to come back to this in a moment. So let's go back to where we're coming from right here. So the next one we're going to create here is the one that we did. So we have got updates. So we just have to get the one to delete as rightfully suggested by IntelliJ. And then the next one is the one to find. We're going to find by appointment ID. So we're going to say appointment get appointment by ID. So here we're going to say get appointment by ID, right? So now we're going to pass in the appointment ID, and the next one we're going to create right here is the one to get appointment by appointment number. So we're going to say this one is appointment as well. No, this is not what we want to do. So we want to say get appointment. Oh, sorry, this is appointment. Get appointment by number. So we're going to pass in the string, the number. So here we have string. Now we're going to say appointment number. Appointment number. So we're just going to remove this ID from here. So I think these are the basic five. These are the basic five functionalities we need right now for a start. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So these are the basic. So this one is to create appointment. This to get all appointment. This to update. This to delete. This to find by ID, and this to find by appointment number. So these are the basic 6 we need right now. So this one here, let's go to our appointment service. So what we just need to do right here is to implement. So let's implement. So implement that appointment, and then just let us go here at O. Yes. Okay, my shortcut is not working right. Okay, so let's right click here and let's generate. What is happening right here? Oh, let's just place our console right here and implement. And so we're just going to say OK to all. All right. So we get everything right here. So this one is a service class. So we're going to annotate this one with @service to make it a Spring Bean. So this one is a service class. So we're just going to make it like this. The next one we're going to do right here is we're going to have the all arg constructor, because we're going to be pulling in some dependencies right here. Example, like the so this one is required. So example is the appointment repository that we're going to create. So now we have done all this. So the next thing we're going to do here, let's actually create the appointment repository so we can start implementation. So let's go to the repository class right here. The repository package, and right click. So now we're going to create a new interface. We're going to call this one appointment repository, appointment repository, and it's an interface actually. Okay, there is a mistake, right? Repository. Oh my gosh. Here, so let's refactor. Yes, rename it. No suggestion. So we're just going to say repository. Oh my gosh. Appointment. Appointment repository, right? And we're just going to hit enter. And then we're just going to extend, just to make it a Spring Bean. So we're going to extend the JPA repository. So let me make this on widescreen and make this one a little bit smaller. So here we're going to have the imports, and I think the ID of this one is long, so let's change it to long right here. Okay, so we're done with the repository for now. Let's close it. And so the next thing we're going to do here, we're going to start implementing this method one after the other in the next video. See you there. All right, so now we're going to start implementing our appointment service. But before then, I want us to take a look. I want to discuss something about the appointment status right here, because if you look at the appointment right here, there is, if we go right here, there's one thing I put here called appointment status. Let me zoom it out and let's see it. Where is it? Appointment status. Okay, I've not put it, but last time I discussed about creating an appointment status. That's enumeration for appointment status. Now, for us to understand this appointment status I'm talking about, let's go right here and let me just quickly slideshow this for a moment. So now this is the appointment overview, right? And right here we can see that we have different status at a particular point in time. So when the appointment is booked the first time, the first state is going to be waiting for approval, right? And when the vet approves the appointment, is going to transit from waiting for approval to approved, right? And when it has been approved, if the time of the appointment is not yet come, after some time, it's going to transit from approved to upcoming, of which is not here right now. Now, from upcoming, when the time is come, is going to when the appointment time has started. For example, if the appointment is booked at 2 o'clock, so when it's 2 o'clock or a few minutes past 2, the appointment status is going to change. It's going to transit from approved, or from upcoming to ongoing. And when the appointment time is passed, it's going to change from ongoing to complete. So this is just different status that this appointment is going to be going on, and all these things are going to be automated. So the system is going to be checking all these things at a regular interval and setting them appropriately. So that is what we're going to build. We're going to see how we're going to implement that later in the course. But right now, I just want you to take note that we're going to have a fixed number of status for this appointment life cycle. So there's nothing, we are not setting anything dynamically right here. So the status of the appointment, right from the initiation of the appointment to the finish, we know all the status that the appointment is going to go through, right? From waiting for approval to approve, from approved to upcoming, from upcoming to ongoing, from ongoing to complete, or not approved. So if the appointment is not approved, it's just going to show this one here, not approved. And if the appointment is cancelled, it's going to show here, cancelled. If the appointment is declined, also it's going to show not approved right here. So these are the status that we are going to be going through in this application. So now that we have known this status are for time, so what we're just going to do here is to create a kind of enumeration enum class to actually have a fix that we're going to fix all these things right in the class right there, so that we can just use them to work together with our application, right? So now let's go back here. So after this being said, now we're going to go back here to IntelliJ. And the next thing we're going to do right here is to, I'm just going to come here. I'm going to open up here. So I'm going to create a package here called enum. So I'm going to close out this. I'm going to right click on this main package here. We're going to create a new package. And this package we're going to call enums. Enum right here. Let's just put S so I should conflict right here. So now we're going to right click on this and create a new enum. The reason why I put S here because this is why I put S, because if we say enum, enum is a reserved word, it's a reserved keyword in Java. So if it's going to, the name of the package is going to conflict with the class. So that's why we have to add X to be enums, right? So now we're going to right click on this and create a new class. And we're just actually going to make this one enum, right? So we're going to call this appointment status. Appoint. Is that correct? Appointment status. Status. Appointment status. So appointment status. So now we're going to enter. So now I'm going to make this one a white screen for a moment. So as explained already, so we're going to have cancelled. I'm going to just make this uppercase. So have cancelled. Cancelled, right? Then we'll have ongoing. Ongoing. Then we have upcoming. Then we're going to have approved. Then we're going to have not approved. Oh, sorry, it is not approved. Not approved. And we're going to have waiting for approval. Waiting for approval. Approval. Yeah, waiting for approval. And then also we're going to have a kind of pending appointment. Pending, is that correct? What happened? Okay, let me break this down. Let's break this down. Not approved, waiting for approval. And we're going to have pending. Pending right here. So these are so this is going to be the life cycle of our appointment, right? So and this one is going to be transiting from one stage to the other based on the status of the appointment right here. So now let's go back to our appointment class. Yeah, this appointment entity right here. So now we're going to include this appointment right here. So let's scroll up. So here I'm going to say private. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to say private appointment status. Appointment status right here. And this one here, we're going to just annotate this with the enumerated value. Add enumerated value type of string right here. This is very correct. So this is what we're going to do right here. So now, haven't done this right now, so we're going to go back to our service, our appointment service, and start implementation of this method one after the other. All right, so now that we have finished creating our enum, so it's time for us to start implementing all the method in our service class, in our appointment service class. So the first one we're going to implement right here is this one here that is creating a new appointment. So the first thing we're going to do here, let's pull in a dependency. Okay, this one is very correct. Then the next thing we're going to do here, I'm just going to change this variable to sender ID. And this one is the recipient ID. So now we're going to pull out these two users from the database. Optional user, this one right here. And let's quickly do this import before we move forward. Yes, from util. So I'm going to call this sender. And We're just going to pull this from the user repository. So, but we've not gotten user repository right here, so we're going to pull it in as a dependency. So right here, this is correct. So the next thing we're just going to come here and make use of it. So we're going to say user repository dot find by ID, and then we're going to pull in the second one as well. That's optional. Right here, we'll pull it in. This is a nice suggestion from IntelliJ. So now the next one here, we're going to check if these two users actually exist. So we're just going to find use this. Wow, this is really effortless coding, right? Okay. So now if these two are present, then we're just going to continue with the creation of an appointment, right? Because appointment must have a sender and a recipient, which is the patient and the doctor, the veterinarian in this case. So then I'm going to just pick the appointment. No, this one here, appointment.set. Here, because remember, when we are creating a new appointment, we want to make the what's the name? We want to make the status at the earlier stage. We want to make the status like waiting for approval, right? So now we're just going to set the first one we're going to set here is the patient right here. We're going to say the sender. This one is the sender here, and then we're going to set the recipient. Which is the veterinarian right here to recipient. And after these two right here, we're going to set the appointment number, which is the appointment confirmation number, right? Appointment. This one right here. Set appointment number. Then we're going to this one here. This one we are setting right here is from the one we implemented last time. This one right here. This is the one we are implementing. So last time we passed in a variable, yes, a value, but I removed it because we're actually passing this what we got from here directly into this variable up here, this one right here, right? So there's no point of passing anything right here. So now we're just going to leave it like this, and now we're going to set the appointment status. So here we have set the appointment status. Appointment. Yeah, dot set status, this one here, they're going to get appointment, but this one is going to be waiting for approval, this one right here. And after this, we're going to save. And if the users are not found, then we're just going to throw a message, exceptional message. Then we're going to say throw new resource not found exception. So here we are not looking for the user. We're not looking for appointment. We're actually looking for the users, right? So we're going to say sender or recipient not found. This is a very good suggestion. So that is just all we have right here. Excuse me. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to go and get all this one here, the appointments. We're just going to return this from the database, like all appointment we have in database. We're just going to say appointment repository dot return all. So we're just going to leave this one like this. No need of streaming because it's already on a list. And now we're going to come back to this update later. So let's go and implement the delete. And this one here, we're just going to say appointment repository. This is not what we want to do. So we want to make sure this appointment is actually existing in the database before we delete it. So appointment dot find by ID, find by what am I doing? Find by ID. Then oh my gosh, what am I doing right here? Okay, sorry, my keyboard is malfunctioning. So appointment repository dot find by ID. We're going to pass this one in here. ID dot if present. Then we're just going to call the delete right here. And I'm just going to, I think we're just going to call this delete direct from here. I'm just going to call appointment repository. Yeah. So I'm just going to say appointment dot delete, repository dot delete right here. And I'm going to break this down from here. Let's break this down from here. And this one here, I'm just going to replace with lambda expression. So right here, just to method referencing right here. And the next one here is actually getting the appointment by ID. So here we're just going to say return appointment repository dot find by ID dot find by ID, and we'll pass in this ID right here, and we're going to say dot s none. Or we can just set a message, maybe dot s. I'm going to say dot os or s through, so we can actually define a custom message right here. So inside here, we're going to just pass in. We're going to define our custom message right here, which is the resource not found exception we created last time, the class we created last time. So we're just going to say appointment not found. Then the next one we're going to do right here is this one is basically the same thing, just that the difference is that this one is going to have a custom method, right? So it's basically the same thing. This one is an ID, this one is a string, it's a number, right? So with a custom method we're going to create here. So we're just going to say appointment repository dot find by appointment number right here. So if we go right here, this thing is created for us right here. There's the power of IntelliJ. So this one will be created right here, find by ID. And this one right here, you're going to take note of something. Right? If we go to the appointment here, you're going to see that there is actually a property called appointment number. So we're actually using JPA finder method right here. So this one is called JPA finder, Spring Data JPA finder method. So if you are, when you are creating JPA finder method, what you just need to do here is to preface the property by find by. So if we go back here, right, then we'll say we can just say find by appointment date, find by appointment number, find by anything, provided the property is existing inside here, you just proceed with find by. You can actually make combination of all these. I think I have a video on my channel that actually talks about all this, how to combine different criteria to use JPA finder methods. Okay, so right here we are done with all this. Then we'll go back to actually continue with the implementation of the update. All right, so now that we have finished creating our enum, so it's time for us to start implementing all the method in our service class, in our appointment service class. So the first one we're going to implement right here is this one here, that is creating a new appointment. So the first thing we're going to do here, let's pull in a dependency. Okay, this one is very correct. Then the next thing we're going to do here, I'm just going to change this variable to sender ID. And this one is the recipient ID. So now we're going to pull out these two users from the database. Optional user, this one right here. And let's quickly do this import before we move forward. Yes, from util. So I'm going to call this sender. And we're just going to pull this from the user repository. So, but we've not gotten user repository right here, so we're going to pull it in as a dependency. So right here, this is correct. So the next thing we're just going to come here and make use of it. So we're going to say user repository dot find by ID. And then we're going to pull in the second one as well. That's optional. Right here, we'll pull it in. This is a nice suggestion from IntelliJ. So now the next one here, we're going to check if these two users actually exist. So we're just going to use this. Wow, this is really effortless coding, right? Okay. So now, if these two are present, then we're just going to continue with the creation of an appointment, right? Because appointment must have a sender and a recipient, which is the patient and the doctor, the veterinarian in this case. So then I'm going to just pick the appointment. No, this one here, appointment.set. Here, because remember, when we are creating a new appointment, we want to make the what's the name? We want to make the status at the earlier stage. We want to make the status like waiting for approval, right? So now we're just going to set the first one we're going to set here is the patient right here. We're going to say the sender. This one is the sender here, and then we're going to set the recipient, which is the veterinarian, right here to recipient. And after these two right here, we're going to set the appointment number, which is the appointment confirmation number, right? Appointment. This one right here. Set appointment number. Then we're going to this one here. This one we are setting right here is from the one we implemented last time. This one right here. This is the one we are implementing. So last time we passed in a variable, yes, a value, but I removed it because we're actually passing this what we got from here directly into this variable up here, this one right here, right? So there is no point of passing anything right here. So now we're just going to leave it like this, and now we're going to set the appointment status. So here we have set the appointment status. Appointment. Yeah, dot set status, dot set status. This one here, they're going to get appointment. But this one is going to be waiting for approval. This one right here. And after this, we're going to save. And if the users are not found, then we're just going to throw a message, exceptional message. That we're going to say throw new resource not found exception. So here we are not looking for the user. We're not looking for appointment. We're actually looking for the users, right? So we're going to say sender or recipient not found. This is a very good suggestion. So that is just all we have right here. Excuse me. So the next thing we're going to do right here is to go and get all this one here, the appointments. We're just going to return this from the database, like all appointment we have in the database. We're just going to say appointment repository dot return all. So we're just going to leave this one like this. No need of streaming because it's already on a list. And now we're going to come back to this update later. So let's go and implement the delete. And this one here, we're just going to say appointment repository. This is not what we want to do. So we want to make sure this appointment is actually existing in the database before we delete it. So appointment dot find by ID, find by what am I doing? Find by ID. Then oh my gosh, what am I doing right here? Okay, sorry, my keyboard is malfunctioning. So appointment repository dot find by ID. We're going to pass this one in here. ID dot if present. Then we're just going to call the delete right here. And I'm just going to, I think we're just going to call this delete direct from here. I'm just going to call appointment repository. Yeah. So I'm just going to say appointment dot delete, repository dot delete right here. And I'm going to break this down from here. Let's break this down from here. And this one here, I'm just going to replace with lambda expression. So right here, just to method referencing right here. And the next one here is actually getting the appointment by ID. So here we're just going to say return appointment repository dot find by ID dot find by ID. And we'll pass in this ID right here, and we're going to say dot s none. Or we can just set a message, maybe dot s. I'm going to say dot os through, so we can actually define a custom message right here. So inside here, we're going to just pass in. We're going to define our custom message right here, which is the resource not found exception we created last time, the class we created last time. So we're just going to say appointment not found. Then the next one we're going to do right here is, this one is basically the same thing, just that the difference is that this one is going to have a custom method, right? So it's basically the same thing. This one is an ID, this one is a string, it's a number, right? So with a custom method we're going to create here. So we're just going to say appointment repository dot find by appointment number right here. So if we go right here, this thing is created for us right here. There's the power feature, the power of IntelliJ. So this one will be created right here, find by ID. And this one right here, you're going to take note of something. Right? If we go to the appointment here, you're going to see that there is actually a property called appointment number. So we're actually using JPA finder method right here. So this one is called JPA finder, Spring Data JPA finder method. So if you are, when you are creating JPA finder method, what you just need to do here is to preface the property by find by. So if we go back here, right, then we'll say we have, we can just say find by appointment date, find by appointment number, find by anything, find, and provided the property is existing inside here, you just proceed with find by. You can actually make combination of all these. I think I have a video on my channel that actually talks about all this, how to combine different criteria to make use JPA finder methods. Okay, so right here we are done with all this. Then we'll go back to actually continue with the implementation of the update. All right, so this is the first 5 hours of the complete 52 hours course currently on Udemy. Like I said, this course we're going to build this complete project right from the scratch down to the finish, and this project is actually a complete lifelike scenario project. A kind of pet clinic to actually connect veterinarians with pet owners. And you're going to benefit much from this course if you take this course. There's a link below this video, and this link, when you follow this link to Udemy, you're going to have a 50% discount of the total price. And when you buy this course, you have it forever, right? And when you buy this course, you're going to have access to the source code, to all the materials of this course. They are all there for you to download and actually get the best out of this course. So like I said, this is a complete 52 hours course that we're going to be taking step by step and section by section. And I actually encourage you to go ahead and purchase this course. And you're going to benefit a lot from this because this is a complete guide to Java full stack development. If you really want to become a full stack using Java and React.js, I think this course is for you because this course is actually packed full of a lot of functionalities, a lot of information, and the things you need to know to actually pick a project from the scratch and build it right from the back end down to the front end single-handedly. You're going to benefit a lot from this course. So follow the link below this video and you're going to have a 50% discount of the total price of this course. So see you inside when you get there.